well-being or what could possibly go wrong.
Welcome to Queen Pib on Twitch, where your time is well wasted. Here we play the games of the 80s, the games of the 90s, the games of the aughts, and occasionally the games of the beyond. And now, your host, who totally isn't doing their own intro, Patricia Inga Bogart. Yeah, we got some new toys to play with, in case any of the last 5 or 10 minutes didn't tell you that. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. See, the nice thing about that song is, so Twitch actually made a few music licensing deals. It's not a lot. It's not gonna let you play like Lady Gaga or some on freaking Twitch, but two of the companies that did make deals with Twitch were BMI and ASCAP, and that song is governed by both of them. I mean, I'd have played it anyway because fuck, who cares? It seems I may have some cover to make that little bit more part of the program. I might have that kind of cover. All right, well, that's the way to get to the top of the list. Eclipsing Moonlight.
3 pin B win less than 3 pin B win less than 3.
Is the robo voice intentional? I don't know. Let me hang on. Hello? I don't. I don't think I hear an echo, but let me hear what chat hears. Give me a second. Say, okay, this is me saying something so I can hear it back. Okay, this is me saying something so I can hear it back. Okay, this is me saying something so I can hear it back. Okay, this is me saying something so I can hear it back. Okay, this is me saying something so I can hear it back. Could this be something that Queen Pib's corner could attempt to exploit for the duration of the fight here? The corner's screaming, and it doesn't matter! It is all over! Just like that! I think I found the problem. I think I got it. Sorry about that, folks. There was a thing I was tinkering around with yesterday, and apparently I forgot to turn it back off. Anyway, okay, let's try that old speech again. No, that wasn't a bit. That was not a bit, but it was broken in such a weird way that it was going to take me a hot minute to find it. All right. Yes, let's all pretend that was planned. Yes, totally planned bit. I will not be answering any questions to the opposite. All right, now let me start from the top and make it drop. Who do we got bright and early here on the Retro Saturday night? Zilla, Meglucario, Chunakis, welcome on in. Hey, Ruby Snowdrop, Golden Loki, thank you for the 913 sub. Welcome back. Zilla, you already said hello. Well, I'm saying hello to you again. Hey, Space Platypus, Amalgamate as well. Welcome on in. Always the Peach. How you doing? Hey, Mini Coop. Gorillas in the Mist Fan Club. Welcome on in. Hello, Rambo Rachel. Sturge Webber Guy. Maxwell Damage. Hello. Jay. How you doing? Hey, Smuggy Bear as well. Rio. Hello. Vervain, thank you, 11-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for that as well. I think there was another one in there somewhere. Yeah, there was another one. Where's the other one? Oh, I'm an idiot. Omega Luke Carter, thank you to 39-month resub as well. Welcome back. Yeah, Zilla, I didn't think you'd mind if I dressed you more than once. I just had a feeling. I continued to go. Pink Robots, hello. Eclipse in Moonlight, how you doing? No, you were not the only one hearing an echo. That I was fucking around with something last night. What else? Do we have a delay in? No. Why am I reading off things? We already fixed it. Kid and Tiramisu, hello, and Leanna as well. Welcome on in, everyone. So, tonight we are going to continue our little parade down the Aliens franchise. We're going to be playing Alien 3. One of the 3 flavors of Alien 3. For there are at least 3, and there's more, but I only have access to 3 because there's Alien 3 for the Super Nintendo, Alien 3 for the Game Boy, and then Alien 3 for like everything else. Genesis, Sega Master System, Game Gear, Nintendo, Amiga. All of those versions on my third finger are basically all the same game, but just ported to different consoles. And it's a much more action-packed game, which may or may not be authentic to the film. Probably isn't. And we do, of course, have a brand new Frankie York Morgan recap in case you've never seen the movie before. Or if you've already seen it and haven't gotten around to seeing the assembly cut. We've got you covered. There'll be a full recap of the film, so you'll have known everything and you won't be missing a goddamn thing. We might play the game for a hot minute though. Just, continue to allow the Saturday crowd to come in here and then maybe we'll hit it in like maybe 30 minutes or so. There's also a discussion I would like to have, perhaps a little bit later in the broadcast about, what went down in Texas earlier this week. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to regurgitate. Well, I am going to be regurgitating someone's opinion on the matter. It's going to be something a little more broad-based. A little bit, well, I tell you what. We'll get there later, and then you'll find out what it is. I said on Wednesday and Thursday we're going to keep the tone light, but now that we're past all that, the safeties are off. If only the cops down there had bothered to take the safeties off their guns, but that's a whole separate discussion. But anyway, before we do get going, we have some business to take care of. We're going over to Pib Madness now. This is the thing. We've got 4 games left. Superman 64 trounced Alone in the Dark, and it wasn't exactly close, which leaves us with 2 matchups. But here's the deal. We are not wasting any time. Both matchups in the Final 4 are live right now. We've got the Western Conference Final going on right now between the Retro Region Champion of Superman 64 and the 90s Region Champion of D2. The Man of Steel versus the Tiny Hands. Likewise, over in the Eastern Conference Final, we've got Castlevania Judgment, the Aughts Region Champion, taking on the Modern Region Champion in Duke Nukem Forever. Both of these matchups are live and have been for at least a few hours. The command now spits out both links. When I bother to activate it, that is. Alright, I'm gonna try that again. Now, if you wish to help decide what will ultimately be the Pib Madness final, you need to click on both of those links and make your thoughts known on the matter. Those links will be live through about lunchtime Central on Monday, and then we will have our tournament final set in stone, ready to go for next week. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually not the button I wanted to push, but I'm already here. Rim shot. Now, I teased this earlier this week, and I'm gonna tease it again. because I can. Some new interesting merchandising opportunities to come to the Queen Pib show soon. I'm just not doing it this weekend because there's too much shit going on and I don't want to throw too many brand new concepts at you in one freaking weekend. But a new storefront is coming soon. Now, don't worry, this doesn't mean you gotta rush to the existing one and buy out everything there. Most of the content that's there is moving to the new store or will be moving there shortly. So you don't need to rush to the existing one and buy everything because everything's making the trip. But it will have some interesting new stuff for the Queen Pib fandom to purchase, including what has to be the absolute dumbest ass thing this channel could ever merchandise: a tumbler that looks like a Red Claw can. This is literally the dumbest ass thing we could have ever associated with the program. See, this is what happens when you build a brand and you build all these secondary sub brands. It causes additional merchandising opportunities. Merchandising, where the real money from the online thing is made. Queen Pib the t-shirt, Queen Pib the koozie, Queen Pib the mouse pad, Queen Pib the framed photo, Queen Pib the flamethrower. Oh, the kids love that one. Don't got Queen Pib the doll yet. That one requires an investment, maybe a few years from now.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
That's not the button I wanted.
Really got out of hand fast.
But it'll do in a pinch. This will also be available in a smaller koozie. Oop.
Looking fab, Trish. Happy 10 months, pin behind.
Lou Peridot, thank you for the 10-month resub as well. Welcome back. I will also tell you right now, there is also a coffee mug that's in this thing, which I know York and Zach will very much approve of, and I'll just tell you what it is. So it's got our Frankie York Morgan emote on, you know, the Pim Q one that's got him doing this. And it says in the Deadly Premonition font on one side, crisp as, what is it? Crisp as a clear spring morning. And the other one says F.K. in the coffee. That will also be available for Boyches as well. All right, now that I've finished taking advantage of pressing the wrong button, let's actually get over here, because this is where I actually want to be. So before we actually get to doing the film recap, I wonder if maybe I should just hum a few bars in a game real quick. I think maybe I'll do that. Or I could try and think of because usually we like to do like a ceremonial opening of the Retro Saturday night. But I don't know what I would do a ceremonial opening thing for the Retro Saturday night on a Genesis. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna play I love Chase HQ too, but you know, ACAB, so not gonna do that one. Tell you what, how about completely bereft of WWF Raw? Well, that could be a possibility. Tell you what, bereft of context, why don't we just play this game real quick and get our asses handed to us? And then we'll get the recap up and we'll go from there. Okay, so I have guns. I can cycle through what appears to be a submachine gun, a flamethrower, grenade launcher, grenades. Okay. Ow. I guess I should have watched the radar for that. Oop. What's my shooting gun? Okay. Okay. Very violent. Ha! Okay. I can't help but think we've already seen more aliens than you see in that entire movie. Pretty sure. Pretty freaking sure. What do we got down here? Yeah, Alien 3 to flamethrower. The kids will definitely love that one. Exactly. So, does this go anywhere? Okay. Uh-oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Probably want to throw a grenade down there. Hello? There you go, you bastard. Oh, I guess I could have shot him from the ladder. I gotta say, I could do without the flickering on. Ooh.
Mad skills.
Spare Terror Bear, thank you for the 17-month resub as well. Welcome back. I apparently just rescued somebody. And a number decreased from 8 to 7. I also noticed we have a timer that is going down. And I guess maybe I need to go back upstairs. I must have to save 7 people. Okay. So that's my jump. I guess I gotta make this jump. Oop. Oop. Hey! Can I point this thing up? Okay, that could have been bad. Alright, guess I'm gonna have to loop around and try that again. By the way, this little vertical thing some of you may be seeing, that's not a filter. That's the setup just actually doing that organically. I did not tell it to do that. I just hooked it up and it did that. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll go with it. Work. Okay, well, okay, but for real, how come I can't shoot across from the ladder? Why can't I do that? For actual, why the hell can't I do that? Looks like we have some kind of door over here. Ow. Hey, the aliens are respawning. What the hell? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, found some more of them prisoners. Uh-oh. I think Ripley just went bye-bye. Yeah, Ripley just went bye-bye. Okay, we'll try that again. Maybe we'll go down the second ladder, because I think there was a second one. Gosh, those things blow up loud. Mary Marmalade and Raiders, hello. Welcome on in, Mary and Raiders. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Retro variety drag queen streamer. Member of Team Stream Queens. Your time here on this channel is well wasted. As we say, spit is the quitters. Hello on in, Stigma fan as well. For those that, oh, okay, let's see. Time here is well wasted. Oh yeah, spit is the quitters. How's the rest of the speech go? Oh yeah. As we say, spit is the quitters. I put the broad in broadcast to the hole in wholesome. I made sure for my own hubris, though these titties are fake, the retro is real. That is the real Genesis, hooked up in the real dumbest ass man to make it look as bad as it used to. See, check this out. I can do this. I can do that. It took 3.5 goddamn hours, but you beat the final boss of Mega Man X3. I'm so proud of you. Sigma, thank you for gifting a sip to Subasa. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. We are gonna be playing Alien 3 tonight, and here's a little bonus for you, Mary. I can't remember if I said hello to Mr. Murph Duck. How you doing? Welcome on in. We have a brand new Frankie York Morgan recap, and we haven't watched it yet. We'll be putting it on shortly. Hey, Apathy and Phoenix Rising as well. I just figured I'd play the game for a hot minute or two first, stink up the joint, and then we would do the recap. You hacked into Wayland Jutani and was able to do that gift sub? Hell yes, Sigma, I'll take it. Make way you pay for that shit. Make them pay for that. But yes, so we got a brand new Frank York Morgan recap ready to go. We'll check that shit out in a little bit. I just figured I'd give it... Ow! This channel's been on a bit of a alien kick lately, so I'm like, you know what? We need to use the retro Saturday night to do what... Oh, for fuck's sake. Can I please get up this... I'm not going for the credits gag yet. Let's try that again. Hey, ow, ow. Okay. But yes, we'll be getting that recap shortly. Now, there are many flavors of Alien 3. NB, thank you for the fall. Welcome on in. There are many flavors of Alien 3 video games. There's the Super Nintendo one, which is sort of a Metroidvania light. There is the Game Boy one, which I haven't quite figured out what that one is yet because I haven't played enough of it. And basically all the other ones except for the arcade game, which is what, Alien 3 The Gun. The other versions of the game are basically an arcade game. And like this version, the Game Gear version, the Master System version, the Nintendo version, the Amiga version. New credits gag, do we like? Game over, man! Game over! Alright, tell you what, y'all have established enough of a baseline for how this game plays. Why don't we go ahead, now for those of you who ain't played the game before, let me turn this thing off first, otherwise it'll be distracting. So, are there any of you who have not seen Alien 3, or perhaps have seen it, but have not seen the assembly cut? Well, Frank York Morgan is here once again to tell you all about it. Good evening, Zach. Tonight, I want to discuss acclaimed Hollywood director David Fincher's finest work. No, it's not Seven. No, it's not Fight Club. No, it's not Gone Girl. It's not Panic Room. It's Alien 3, released in 1992 by 20th Century Fox. Before we begin, Zach, I think it's important that I tell you that this discussion will be based on the assembly cut of Alien 3. As you may know, Alien 3 had a very troubled development, going through a small army of screenwriters and flip-flopping between action and horror tones, metaphors for HIV and Marxism, before settling on an industrial, early 90s horror setting. David Fincher's work was also subject to heavy interference from Fox, with entire subplots and sequences removed from the theatrical cut and disowned by Fincher as a result, but mostly restored in this assembly cut, which, unlike other re-released endeavors in the Alien franchise, was produced without David Fincher's involvement. The film opens with the USS Sulaco of the previous film flying through space, with the occupants in stasis. An alien egg is shown open aboard the ship, and quick cuts suggest it is targeting the child, known as Newt, from the previous film. As a result of the alien's actions, an electrical fire breaks out, and the life pod of the Sulaco is jettisoned, crash landing on Fiorina Fury 161. We will come to know this planet as a Weyland-Yutani maximum security penal work facility for violent male criminals who suffer from XYY syndrome, a genetic condition in which an individual assigned male at birth has an extra Y chromosome, which according to the film, leaves the men predisposed to violence, but in actuality may result in taller height, acne, and possible learning disorders. According to Wikipedia, the condition occurs in one of about 1,000 male births, and many with the condition will be unaware that they have it. I figured we weren't going to let a mischaracterization of a medical thing go by unchallenged, so I figured we'd throw that in there. The body of Ellen Ripley, once again played by Sigourney Weaver, washes up on a shoreline covered in lice. This detail, omitted from the theatrical release, is part of the reason she shaves her head later in the film. Her body is recovered by an inmate and brought to the prison medbay, while other inmates recover her ship with the help of oxen. The prison warden sends a communique to Weyland-Yutani reporting the crash of the life pod, and that while Lieutenant Ripley survived, Colonial Marine Hicks and an unidentified 10-year-old girl died in the incident. We are introduced to some of the prisoners who have gathered for a prayer as well as morning announcements. Dylan, played by Charles S. Dutton, leads the men in a somewhat nihilistic Christian prayer. The warden, Harold Andrews, played by Brian Glover,
Hey, Lady Penny.
informs the men that there was one survivor, 2 dead, and a smashed droid. The men are both overjoyed and horrified at the presence of a woman, as it upsets the oath of celibacy many of them took and the harmony they claim to have built. The warden informs them that Weyland-Yutani is sending a rescue ship that will arrive within a week. The prisoner who rescued Ripley is revealed to also be the prison doctor, Clemens, played by Charles Dance, who viewers may recognize as Tywin Lannister from the HBO adaptation of Game of Thrones. Warden Andrews urges the doctor to keep Ripley confined to sickbay. Clemens is forced to reveal to a recovering Ripley her plight, including that Hicks and Newt did not survive. While walking to her ship, Clemens reveals that the Foundry normally houses 5,000 inmates, but is down to 25 to keep the pilot light on,
Hey,
and
Frank.
forge lead parts for toxic waste containers. Clemens indicates Hicks was killed when a support structure beam pierced his cryotube and his chest, and that Newt drowned in her chamber. Ripley discovers an acid burn on Newt's chamber and insists to be shown her body. The good doctor observes Ripley probing Newt's body, and when confronted, demands an autopsy.
I'm gonna go back for a second here. When I was cutting this together, I had created I made that snapshot, and then I went, where exactly? How far down do they have the towel on Newt there? We should probably crop that. You know, who wants to get rung up for that on a Saturday night?
Confronted, demands an autopsy, but remains vague on her reasoning, suggesting cholera may be present, which hasn't been reported in 200 years. The initial search finds no signs of disease, and when the rib cage is cracked, nothing amiss is found inside, only lungs full of fluid. Clemens doesn't buy Ripley's story, especially the part about cholera, but is confronted by the warden and his subordinate before he can press the issue. Ripley now demands the bodies be cremated, which the men agree to, while the warden insists that for her personal safety, she should refrain from freely wandering the facility. 2 inmates are seen bringing a dead ox into a slaughterhouse. They engage in what can only be charitably called locker room talk regarding Ripley. The men cannot explain why the ox died, only that they'll chop it up later for stew. One of the men locates a dead facehugger, but any further discussion on that is quickly cut away for a cremation ceremony. The men and Ripley have gathered in the Foundry. The warden offers a biblical prayer for the dead. Dylan offers a compassionate, uplifting eulogy that more closely adheres to the monk-like disposition of the men.
By the way, the captioning keeps spelling it D-Y-L-A-N like Dylan, but it's D-I-L-L-O-N. Small detail.
That, unfortunately for them all, is interspliced with footage of the dead ox shaking violently. As Dylan's speech moves to the promise of new life, a fully formed alien bursts from the dead ox in a
Hehe, you look stunning, Ava you woo.
Look, I figure if Sigourney Weaver shaved her head for this movie, the least I could do is shave the sides of mine. Losing Color, thank you for the 2-month resub. Welcome back. Make sure you check them out. They like to play the DVD, but they've been checking out The Evil Dead lately. Check them out, please, and thank you. We're playing Alien 3 tonight for the Genesis, but we're doing a little recap over here for anyone who didn't see the movie and wants to know about it.
escapes into the facility. Tensions rise within the prison as it becomes clear Ripley will not remain confined to the medbay, representing a temptation to the men who operate the facility and their mission to wait for God's salvation. Dylan is also forced to address some disharmony, as some of the prisoners refuse to work with inmate Walter Golick, played by Paul McGann, an incarcerated mass murderer whose odor and temperament are apparently outside their tolerance levels. Dylan insists they knock off the shit and do their jobs. Clemens expands on the theology of the inmates who found...
Sorry, too many caps on you. We'll get you sorted out. Hang on. See if I can pull you out of the user list here. Hang on here. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. All right, hang on here. How do I undo this? Oh, thank you, Spitfire. Thank you.
The question that got timed out was, does Alien 3 suck? Is it actually really not that bad? Oh my god, the $1 million question. I will say the assembly cut is much more redeeming than the original theatrical cut. To answer your question. Why does it change from an ox to a dog in the original movie? All right, I'll answer that question for you. I don't know. I can't remember why it changes from an ox. Why? Well, so in the assembly cut, the alien comes out of an ox. In the theatrical cut, it comes out of a dog. I can't remember why they decided to change it from the ox to the dog. Originally, it was supposed to be the ox. So then they changed it to a dog, which then necessitated having to film additional scenes to bring the dog into the familiarity so that people would recognize there was a dog. Because otherwise, there's no dog in the assembly cut, like, at all. So, I can't remember, but it had something to do with studio decisions because reasons. Now, ultimately, what it comes out of doesn't matter because it turns into this really hyperactive, four-legged alien anyway, but it's just another example of all the executive meddling that was going on at Fox at the time. Why is there an ox in a maximum security prison? Wait, why is there a dog in a maximum security prison? Actually, that's about to be explained. Let me go back, like, 5 seconds. Sir Goldick, played by Paul McGann, an incarcerated mass murderer whose odor and temperament are apparently outside their tolerance levels. Dylan insists they knock off the shit and do their jobs. Clemens expands on the theology of the inmates who found God 5 years prior, describing it as some sort of apocalyptic, millenarian, Christian fundamentalist, and that when the company tried to close the facility down, the converts begged the company to be allowed to stay, and so they remain with 2 minders and a medical officer. Clemens. So, yeah, the prison is also exploiting their labor for free, so that's why the ox are there to help them do their jobs. And so they remain with 2 minders and a medical officer. Clemens dodges questions as to how he pulled that assignment, and Ripley dodges questions about why he had to do an autopsy on the girl. The sexual tension between the two is very palpable, which will come later to fruition. One of the inmates who had to be talked to earlier by Dylan is working in a ventilation shaft when he thinks he hears one of the prison dogs. He is instead attacked by the xenomorph, which leads him to fall down the shaft and be killed by the fan. The resulting investigation conducted by the warden, Clemens, and the warden's assistant, Francis Aaron, played by Ralph Brown, has no reason to suspect foul play. Clemens, however, observes an acid burn similar to the one that perturbed Ripley at Newt's cryo chamber. Ripley continues to be evasive, but learns where Bishop is located so she can reactivate him. The prisoners mourn one of their own and vow to light candles in his memory, with Goldick in tow. Clemens is interrogated by the warden who demands he discover why Weyland-Yutani has such interest in her. Ripley locates Bishop's remains, but before she can return to the pod to activate him, she is attacked by several inmates who attempt to rape her. They are all, however, savagely beaten by Dylan with a pipe, who beckons Ripley to leave so he can discuss matters of the spirit with his brothers. The prisoners lighting the candles discover many of them are going out. When they attempt to investigate, they are attacked by the xenomorph. 2 of the 3 are killed, leaving Goldick alive but covered in blood and visibly disturbed. Discovered by the warden in the cafeteria, the men capture him and confine him to the medbay. He denies involvement in the men's deaths, claiming they were killed by a dragon. Ripley reactivates what's left of Bishop, once again played by Lance Henriksen. He replays the last moments of the Sulaco for her, revealing an electrical fire caused the ejection, and that according to the computer's records, there was an alien on board, and that Weyland-Yutani would also have access to these records. Raskolnikov and Nexus.
Ripley reveals the existence of the alien to the warden.
Dylan's awesome.
They are skeptical of her claims. Ripley is baffled that a maximum security facility has no conventional weaponry, and is ordered confined to the medbay until a company ship arrives. Clemens finally acquiesces and reveals to Ripley that his incarceration was due to gross medical negligence. With his character arc finally complete, the alien arrives and kills Clemens. Goldick bears witness to the dragon cornering Ripley, but it spares her life and withdraws.
The men are gathered in the mess hall as a small memorial, as well as a come-to-Jesus moment. The warden continues to insist that Golic may be responsible for the deaths of all 3 prisoners to this point. Ripley interrupts the meeting to insist the alien is here, and she doesn't have to argue on it for long, as the alien appears out of a ceiling vent and kills the warden in plain view of all the inmates. Assistant Aaron attempts to take charge of the situation, but the men, who have been calling him 85 because of his alleged IQ score, do not respect him. Dylan tries to foist command on Ripley, but the men insist he take charge. Ripley's list of suggestions that would have worked in Alien or Aliens are not viable due to a lack of working technology or weapons. When Ripley takes a tour of the facility where she believes the alien is hiding, she learns of a toxic waste disposal room that has gone largely unused, which has only one entrance and 6-foot steel walls. A plan is then hatched to lure the alien in there, in a sequence that is completely absent from the theatrical cut of the film. Ventilation shafts and hallways are coated with flammable liquid. An attack by the alien causes the plan to take effect before the men are in position, causing many deaths. In a pivotal moment, the alien is trapped between Ripley and the remaining prisoners blocking the exit, and one of the prisoners who attempted to rape her standing in front of the waste disposal room. Seeking redemption, the prisoner known as Junior sacrifices himself by leading the alien into the disposal room and shutting it behind him, sealing his fate. The alien is effectively trapped. The men once again mourn their dead. The film starts to feel as though it's winding down. In a moment of clarity, Ripley expresses concern with Aaron that when the Weyland-Yutani crew arrive, they may not try to kill the alien, but instead capture it. Golic, still locked in the infirmary, pleads with fellow inmate Robert Morse, played by Danny Webb, insisting that because he did not lie or kill his fellow inmates, that he should be set free. Morse discloses that the alien is trapped and where. Appealing to their friendship, Golic is released by Morse. Unfortunately for Morse, Golic attacks him, desiring to see the dragon once again. Ripley attempts to demonstrate to Aaron that the company will not kill the alien. She has him transmit that they have trapped the alien and to request permission to kill it. The company denies them that permission, and to avoid it until the rescue team arrives. Golic, obsessed with the dragon, kills the prisoner guarding the door and opens it. The alien thanks him for it in a manner that you would expect, and escapes. Ripley attempts to build support for exterminating the alien, but doesn't get many takers. Morse reports to them that Golic freed the alien. As they panic amongst themselves, Ripley, feeling faint, quietly sneaks away to the escape pod. Assistant Aaron finds her there and helps her run a CAT scan on herself. The result of the scan is conclusive. There is an alien inside her, the shape of which indicates a queen. Though not stated by the film, it can be concluded between this film and the 2 previous that a quote-unquote royal facehugger was left on board the Sulaco by the Queen at the climax of the previous film, and that it was capable of attacking twice rather than the usual once, first at Ripley, then at the prison Ox. The remaining men formulate a plan to remain in the assembly hall and await rescue, which doesn't go over well. Morris has a thought when lighting a cigarette, and the men divert to the leadworks furnace instead. Ripley wants to attempt to bluff the company into not coming at all, believing the risk of letting the Queen get off-world too great. But Aaron balks, wanting rescue as he is the only person remaining with people off-planet to live for. Ripley decides to gamble. She wagers the alien won't kill her, so she decides to try and hunt it down. After she leaves, Aaron witnesses a further communique from Weyland-Yutani. Their ETA has shortened significantly to 2 hours, and they demand that Ripley be quarantined until their arrival. Ripley finds the alien hiding in the basement and attacks it with a pipe, but she is either hallucinating or delusional as she breaks a withered pipe open instead of a xenomorph skull. She is, however, confronted by the actual alien, who was apparently having a catnap, which again refuses to kill her. Ripley, too afraid to take her own life, begs Dylan to kill her. He refuses, but makes a deal. She helps them kill the alien, he'll kill her in return. A final debate over what the men should do is had. Aaron tries to argue that they should wait, but Ripley explains that a company that deems the crew of the Nostromo, as well as a Colonial Marines unit, expendable, will not have sympathy for prisoners who found God at the end of space, and may well kill them just for having seen the alien. The men, won over, realize they may be able to fulfill their religious prophecy by fighting the alien, and if they are to die, that they should die on their feet. Aaron remains behind to await the rescue squad. The ensuing cat and mouse game to guide the alien to the leadworks remains a confusing mess for the viewer, whether the theatrical or assembly cut, but allows many of the remaining prisoners moments of catharsis before they are each picked off by the alien. During the later stages of the pursuit, the Weyland-Yutani team arrives. The trap is finally set, with only Ripley, Dylan, and Morse remaining. Morse takes up a position to drop the molten lead. Ripley escapes the trap, but Dylan intentionally remains behind to keep the alien in place, and has perhaps the most heroic death of the franchise, insisting that the lead be poured on top of him and the alien. Morse complies, and once the alien has killed Dylan, the molten lead is dumped onto the alien. Their jubilation is short-lived as the alien shoots back into the air, still alive and coated in lead. Morse realizes the sprinkler system may prove effective and yells at Ripley to activate it. The hot alien covered in cold water causes thermal shock, and the alien explodes, finally defeated. The Weyland-Yutani rescue squad arrives at the foundry, led by a man who resembles Bishop, who insists he was sent by the company to show her a friendly face, but claims to be human and the man Bishop is based on. Bishop insists they will remove the queen from her and kill it, but Ripley refuses to believe they'll terminate it. She separates herself from Bishop and rejoins Morse on the catwalk, who was shot in the leg by one of the Weyland-Yutani commandos. Aaron, finally convinced of the company's treachery, picks up a wrench and hits the alleged android in the head, and is shot dead by the commandos for his effort. Bishop, covered in dark human blood and with a detached ear, tries to use this as proof positive of his honesty. He continues to beg Ripley to come back with what may be the final xenomorph queen, pleading with her that researching it may be the chance of a lifetime. Ripley remains unconvinced, and in a final act of defiance, casts herself into the molten lead. At the dawn of a new day, Morse, the final remaining prisoner, pulls a last, "Hey, what's over there?" while being escorted out. The last recording of the Nostromo plays as Weyland-Yutani shuts the facility down, ending the film and ending the reign of terror of the xenomorph species, until Fox decided they needed more money. And there you have it. There. Now, if you ever needed to if you ever thought I'd like to sit down and watch Alien 3, but I just don't have the time for it, you don't gotta worry about that anymore. And with that, I think we'll get the Genesis turned back on over here. You accidentally spoiled yourself a thing on Twin Peaks? That'll happen. That'll happen. So, one thing I'm going to do before we launch back into the game here, I for liability purposes, I will also wave this in front of the camera for reasons. Just because. I'm going to do two things here. Can we do some cheats? I'm going to put some cheat codes in here. Nothing too... Something that kind of... Just some quality of life improvements here. Let's see. How about game clock frozen? So that's going to be AACT. I want to turn this into a nice, kind of a nice little jaunt. AACT CA6J. I like it that there's no in-game clock. And... also, could we get infinite lives, please? I don't need infinite health, but I'd like infinite lives. So then, of course, the presence of this asterisk will be implied. A2EA. Fuck the actual EA. AA8R. Good. And that should do that. So then there's the code. So code is active. Okay. Exit. Select and start. And that should do it. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Did that cheat break the game? Am I gonna have to go get my actual game genie? I think I'm gonna have to go get my actual game genie. It seems it didn't like that very much. I can go do that. It won't take me long. I'll be back in just a moment. Hey, Naughty Pumpkin, welcome on and how you doing? Give me just a moment here. Alright. Well, in that case, if that version's not gonna like me putting cheat codes into it, well, and this is why, chat, this is why we like to have the original cartridge as a fallback. So this is, again, as we say, that the tits may be fake, but the retro is real. Now it's the real copy of Alien 3. Plugged into a real Game Genie. Okay, so I can do that. Come on. Set the EVA drive aside. Alright, let's see if that works better. It ain't working yet. Say, give me a reading. Oh, don't make me blow this thing. Seriously. Don't make me.
Grab the stick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude!
You twist that dick!
Twist this dude!
Twist the stick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
Come on, give me something I can work with here. Okay, that looks better. That looks better. Okay, that's much better. Now then, let's try those codes again. AMSK, welcome on. And so once again, we want an infinite lives. So that's A2EA, A2EA, AA8R. Okay, that's infinite lives. Then we want game clock is frozen. So AACT, AA Connecticut. Charlie Alpha 6 Juliet. Okay. Does that work? Okay, that seemed much happier. Excellent. But yeah, ordinarily we would be using a Mega EverDrive, which, you know, nice thing to have, because then you don't have to futz with the cartridges unless, you know, you have an emergency like you do right now. It's doing a thingy that it doesn't do in the assembly cut. It doesn't do that text in the assembly cut. Alright. Give me the option menu here. We're going to leave it on normal. I'm also going to jam the amount of tries up to 9 just in case. Also, a lot of the music in this game is really good. Okay, I've never heard that one before. That sounds way too happy to be in an Alien game. That's the game over. Sure. Yeah, that's the actual get ready. That one sucks. That one's pretty good. That one's okay. I don't remember this one, so it probably sucks. That one's pretty good. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Let's get back into this. So y'all finished watching that recap that indicated that there was only ever one alien in that movie and no guns. In much this speech will be going on later, there were no more guns! And as you can see, Ripley now has a gun. And there's now more than one alien. Way the hell more than one alien. And as you can see, the clock is now no longer running, which is good for me personally. Except I don't have infinite health. I will have to be cognizant of that. Yeah, no guns. Yeah, alien. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that'd be more akin to Alien Isolation. So, in this game, it's sort of similar to the original Shinobi and maybe some of the other ones as well, where you are required to rescue inmates that have been somewhat cocooned by the aliens, and in order to access the exit of the stage. Whereas in the original Shinobi, those characters were used more for at getting bonus stuff than anything else. Hence the name Alien 3 rather than Aliens 3 or 2. Yeah, pretty much. So, as you can tell right away, the game is making no attempt to follow the film. Someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Sigma, who said that, yeah, now it feels like the game got more, Alien Isolation kind of took some of its kills from Alien 3, which does track. It's just, this game, is very much what if aliens, well, it's literally it. What if Aliens, but Alien 3. It's very much that. Very much that. So they've taken the presentation of Alien 3 and just done the second movie again. Because there's so many aliens, people you gotta save, it's a lot. Anyway, that is the exit of the stage, so we're actually gonna kind of go back the way we came here. Actually, what's over here? I'm actually kind of curious about that. Why they didn't just make an Aliens game? Well, I can tell you why they made this game, because, you know, back in the 90s, they were making film adaptations of anything. Because, fuck it, you know, you gotta have the film tie-ins so you can put that shit in stores to make money. And, oh god, that's a lot of aliens. That is a lot of aliens! And I'm already kind of hurting. Okay, we got 3 prisoners left, apparently. Okay, that door opens, so I gotta find... Like, there's 2 by the exits, so technically I only need to find 1 more. Oh, well, there it is. Well, that was easy enough. Well, we can perhaps take a moment to, explore the stage a little bit more. There was an there was an Alien 3, I think there was an arcade game for Alien 3 called Alien the Gun. And then, yes, there was a Aliens, arcade game, which, my understanding is, it's like one of the holy grails of arcade gaming, because it was never, I don't think it was ever ported to anything else. I seem to remember there being like a shot of like Ripley, in like in the loader or whatever the hell it's called. Oop. I seem to remember that distinctly being a thing, and I've never given that a try before. I've never had the opportunity. Where'd you get that gun? I know, Buffet. How's the Buffet doing, huh? Make sure you check out one of my Stream Queen siblings, please and freaking thank you. Hey, they've been on the Dot Hack Weeb shit. I don't give you Dot Hack Weeb shit. Check them out, please and thank you. So yeah, as we finished going over, this game makes no attempt to follow the film at all. Completely none. It is Alien 3 wearing the presentation of Aliens, which is to say the second film. Now, why they didn't just make an Aliens game, I couldn't tell you. I know Square Enix tried to make one, but they just never quite got around to it. Which also means, inevitably, that when we do Aliens Colonial Marines, now I'm going to have to do a recap of Aliens. I'm going to have to do that now, aren't I? Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. That's just a foregone conclusion at this point. It doesn't even follow the various rejected scripts by William Gibson and Vince Moore. Yeah, that was the other thing too, and we kind of mentioned it at the start of that recap, that Alien 3 went through quite a few script rewrites and complete overhauls before they settled on the prison planet. Like, one of them would have had them in like an outer space shopping mall, taking on a bunch of socialists or something. They're called they wound up being used in like other expanded universe alien things. The UPP, the United. I forget what the hell how the rest of that goes. I forget the rest of it. But that didn't get used, and instead we got this. And they brought on David Fincher, who at that point, it was his directorial debut. And, ow. Uh-oh. I better not die here. I better not die here! And he has since disowned the movie because Fox fucked around with it too much. What Alien Isolation DLC is this? That's a good question, Allie. Welcome on in. Oh, guess we made it out. Okay, that is the well done music. Okay, never mind. Hey, Lucian, you like the script when I would have been on a planet made of wood? Yeah, that's basically sort of what the movie got reworked, where the prison planet idea kind of stemmed for that, because they were supposed to be like Luddite monks, I guess, in the I just found a secret door. Thank you, alien, for knocking me into an invisible wall. But yeah, a wooden planet was originally one of the concepts that wound up not getting used. There's a whole giant section on Wikipedia about those. And yeah, my understanding is that there is an Audible adaptation of one of the unused scripts. Like a bunch of them, I think. Like a bunch of the unused Alien 3 scripts all got adaptations in various things. It's a really fascinating subject that I need to look more into sometime. I really do need to do that. We are playing this game with some cheats. I figured, you know what? The Retro Saturday Night's kind of a more laid-back affair, so I turned on infinite lives and no clock. Because normally this game has a timer, and I decided that's not going to work for this show. It's not going to work. So yes, the asterisk, though not visibly on screen, is implied to be present at just about all moments. Just going to have to be careful here. Okay. And, so yeah, we did some Alien Isolation DLC on Thursday. We did Crew Expendable and Last Survivor. I'd never seen either of those played before, much less played it myself, so it was the first time for me. And I did like that they brought back, near as I could tell, all of the original cast, because I mean, like I said, Sigourney Weaver was there, Tom Skerritt was there, Yaphet Kotto was there, Harry Dean Stanton, Veronica Cartwright, and what's his name, who was the Ash. I forget who that was. I don't recall the actor's name. It sounded like him, at least. Ian Holm. Okay, thank you. Really cool that they did that. It's a crying shame that it doesn't let you create a time paradox. Because that would have been pretty sweet. Where you could have actually yeeted the goddamn thing out and been happy. And that everyone would have lived happily fucking ever again. But alas, we could not have that. That would have been too awesome. Post-industrial. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it was Zilla who posted in chat that like OG Alien 3 is like a 5 out of 10, and that the assembly cut brings it up to a 7. Because yeah, I mean, Fincher is very much a titan of industry. I mean, like I said at the start of the show, you've got Seven, Fight Club, Panic Room. Gone Girl, which was a trip to watch. A high 7, a low 8. Yeah, exactly. And the assembly cut at least tries to restore some of his vision. Some of it, anyway. So again, we're running the infinite ammo because we accept that I'm a bit of a dim bulb, and that it serves the channel interest to kind of, you know, make it so we can have a little bit more of a relaxed affair this evening. Especially because I'm extremely prone to shoot off at the mouth about stupid things tonight. Because like I said during the collab shows we were doing with Shalor, I was going to bite my tongue on some of the goings-on in this country at that moment. But it's Saturday night and I'm drinking. The limiters are off. And again, I have a lot of opinions on the matter, as does literally everyone. You can't not have an opinion on this crap at this point. There is a piece of media we're going to go over in a roundabout way that it's something I've generally believed and adhered to ever since I heard it for the first time. And oh yeah, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo as well. Yeah, it's another David Fincher. But we'll go over it in a manner that won't get me DMCA'd. Because if I just presented verbatim, at best I'm getting muted, at worst I'm getting DMCA'd. So we're gonna kind of do it in a roundabout manner. Out. So we'll do it in a way that won't get me in trouble. We'll do it in a way that's transformative. That is the name of the game, after all, being transformative. You gotta bring something new to the party. And also go, damn it, there was literally no point to me going up here, I guess. Because there's nothing going on. I also have Twitter up at all times, and Commander Stephanie Sterling, who is apparently having a night out at a gay bar in across the pond, because that's where they is now, says, if trans people are erasing lesbians, why do so many of them hit on her? Uh-huh. Valid. Very, very valid observation. Hey, Glitchy, welcome on as well. How you doing? Hey, Porsche, how you doing? You'll sum up your thoughts succinctly and flippantly. The village person dressed as a cop has done more good for the world than every cop combined. True. The cop in the village, people, was the guy who helped sing sex over the phone. So, yes. Did much more. And as I said, in a little bit, we're going to do an extended sequence talking about that. We will be doing that. Abso-friggin-lutely. Make sure you're checking out my stream queen bestie Porsche as well, please and thank you. Hope you're doing all right over there. We're checking out now. Again, I mentioned earlier that there are multiple Alien 3 games. We're doing the Genesis one, which is more of a straightforward arcade affair. The Super Nintendo one is more of a... is more akin to a Metroidvania, but not a good Metroidvania. Just, at best, kind of a mediocre one. And I mean, it's still worth a play, but you're not going to want to sit through the whole thing. I will, however, give you a free piece of advice. If you ever decide you want to try the Super Nintendo version of Alien 3, make sure you pick a mission at the computer console that you spawn in front of. Otherwise, you will literally wander around accomplishing nothing. Because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to that computer console, pick a mission, and complete it. When you complete all the missions, and you move on to the next area. But if you don't interact with that console, you don't get a mission, nothing happens, and then you literally just wander around confused. I shit you not. Guess it's finally trying to OBS instead of Streamlabs OBS. Look, sooner or later, everyone kicks the Streamlabs portion out and just does OBS. Streamlabs OBS has some perks, but it's way the hell too clunky. Too clunky. It's truly remarkable how much system performance improves when you're doing regular OBS. Regular OBS. But yeah, if you ever do give the Super Nintendo one a try, just bear that look in mind. Loving the look, by the way. I figured, you know what, like I said, if Sigourney Weaver had the shave her head for the movie, the least I could do is shave at least half of mine. Plus, look, I know that, you know, sometimes we of those who doeth of the drag, sometimes... You know, sometimes we have looks that, you know, maybe anyone could do, or I don't know. You know, an ignorant person could look and go, if you've seen one blonde wig, you've seen them all, which is not true. But anyway, This, however, is the one look that I'm pretty sure only I can do. So every once in a while, I gotta make sure I do it. Because only I... Well, okay, probably someone else could if they really wanted to. But at the best of knowledge, I'm the only one who can bring you this look. Uh-oh. Ripley, please don't die. It may not be a furry, but every other way, Slobs is an absolute ram suck. Yeah. Like, if you ever wanna remove... Like, pretend you have an image asset and that you also just died. But you also have infinite lives. So, okay, let me kill this oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. Get back here, I'm gonna shoot you. Okay, fine, don't get back here. So, suppose for a moment I wanted to bring up this asterisk. It's relatively an instantaneous process in standard OBS. In Streamlabs OBS, it would take like 3 seconds to appear. This isn't a hypothetical, by the way. That actually happened back when I would use Streamlabs OBS. The only nice thing about Streamlabs OBS is it came with a built-in backup. So if you signed into it on a different computer, it would synchronize all your layout. And in that sense, it's not necessarily a bad thing to keep your Streamlabs OBS installed around. Because what you can periodically do is fire up Streamlabs OBS, import all your regular OBS scenes and content, and then it backs it up into the Streamlabs cloud. And if your PC ever shits itself, you should be able to sync most of it back on a fresh install of Streamlabs OBS, and then you export it into regular OBS. You'll have the capability to do so. It's something to think about. Just something to think about. I mean, you should always try to make sure that all your stream assets are backed up somewhere so that if your PC shits its brains out, you can reconstitute it. But, you know, if you can use Streamlabs OBS to idiot-proof most of it, why not? You wouldn't actually use it. You would just kind of put all your scenes in there and go, I'm totally using you, and then you just ghost it. You just completely ghost it. And again, this game is normally played with a pretty strict timer, but I'm like, I want to drink tonight. I kind of want to drink tonight. So I figured I would take the timer off. Hey, look! The Queen Pip Show supports everyone's right to be a furry. The Queen Pip Show understands that the furries are winning in the marketplace of ideas and respects your right to be a furry. The right of anyone, not just any one individual. Ow. Okay. And then there's nothing up here, right? Yeah, there's nothing up there. God damn it. So I gotta find 2 more hostages, preferably without dying. I probably should have put on a cheat code that also gave me infinite battery. Probably should have done that. Let's see what's down. Ooh. That probably should have killed me, but I'm still here, so... Yeah, frame rate. The other thing, too, is, yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful with it is possible to plug too many USB devices into a computer. Even though you may have a lot of ports, sometimes a computer's like, you know what, I'm not doing this. So sometimes you got to make sure that you use powered USB hubs as well. In fact, I use several. I have a standalone one on my desk that I plug my controller into, and then I actually use 3 Dell business class monitors. They're not gaming monitors. They only have a 60 hertz refresh rate, and I don't know what the input lag on them is. I don't imagine it's much, but they're definitely built more for visual quality than gaming performance. And they have built-in hubs in them, so that they are powered USB hubs, because, you know, they just go off the existing power supply of the monitor. So I leverage those as well whenever possible. And if you have a monitor that has USB ports in them, leverage them. It's a free USB port. Make use of it. It's right there. If your monitor has that technology, of course. Not all of them do. That's gonna leave a mark. Can you not? Oh, jeez, I didn't know you could blow up the doors. Okay. Did not know that. I know, Portia. I know you're not taking a rib at Ribbies. I know, at Furries. I know you would never do that. I'm not suggesting for any second that you were. Oh, God. Okay, so I'm gonna have to be fucking careful here. Yeah, gotta pay a little bit more attention to that radar, I guess. Or just keep randomly shooting a grenade round forward and hope that it hits something. Like, I have the same problem with James Bond, The Duel, where I feel like I have to keep randomly shooting forward because there'll be an alien just out of range that I won't have the time to react to if I let it come onto the screen. I feel like that's also a thing. It's Rippling time. No, it's Morbin time. It's not Rippling time, it's Morbin time. Yeah, dude, should have got a Dell. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. So we got one last one down there. So this whole room's been kind of a wash. And next thing that hits me kills me. So gonna have to be careful here. So I believe that should not kill me. Okay, not my finest hour. Moving on. Okay, well, I'm still alive, so let's just shoot it and be done with it. The I in PIB now stands for Icarus. Yes, I did fly too close to the sun. I like the music, too. The song is called Run With Us. It was originally for a Canadian TV program called the Raccoons, and I would still use it whether the following was true or not, but you may have heard like a year or two ago that Twitch actually managed to make deals with a few of the recording industry companies. I believe 3 of them. BMI, ASCAP, and I can't remember the third one. That song is owned by BMI and ASCAP. So, you know. I mean, I would play it regardless, but might actually have legal cover to do so. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. So is there an alien over here or what? Or is there an alien back there? Can't remember if I missed one. Careful. Alright. Almost missed that one. That would have been a freaking shame. Alright, we'll go over here, get some freebies, and get the hell back out of the vent. Maybe there's one down. Did we even go down there? I can't remember if I did. I honestly can't remember. Ooh. Where the hell does that go? Okay, that's free battery. What's down here, though? I can't remember. Oh, I think we did go down there. Right, I think that led to the exit now that I think about it. I think. So normally what you would have to do is you would have to find all of the prisoners and find the exit in the time limit that you are given, which, again, look, there are times when I am awesome and there are times when I am not. The times I am not awesome as games usually coincides with me sitting in this chair. So we are cheating slightly. Because, look, Look, we were never gonna take the world record on this. I know some of you think I'm hot shit, but that was never gonna be a thing that happened. It's so nice of y'all to think that I might have been capable of it, but no. Okay, let's be careful here. Wait for the alien to leave. Well, never mind. You can go fuck off over there for all I care. Hello, motion tracker. Help me out. Help me out here. All right, we got to find the last one, so I got to go all the fuck way up here to do that. Be nice if we could get past this stage, because the music after this set of stages gets really good. I shit you not, it gets really good. Okay. Ow. All right. Oh, come back here. Come back here. You pride yourself on liking games from almost every genre and seeing the beauty of intention and everything. The one game mechanic you never and can will enjoy is the time trial. Yeah. Look, the time trials made sense when we were in an arcade and they were bilking us for quarters. The home ports should not have that constraint. Like, come on. I should be allowed to leave the game running and walk away for 5 or 10 minutes. I should be able to do that. If I can't do that, what is the point of it all? So, okay, okay, so then where does that go? Could I have gotten here from somewhere else? Where's this? Where is this? Does this connect back to the places I was before? It does. Huh. Well, shit, I wish I'd known that. That would have saved me some trouble. Alright, let's go find the exit. That is, you know what, just go this way. Just go this way, it'll turn up somewhere. Somewhere over here. We'll do that. Yeah, it's somewhere down there. I just gotta find the vent. We got a vent. Okay, not gonna do that there. Not gonna do that there. And that would lead us back there, which does us no good. Now, I also have the Game Gear version. I actually have it right here. And I didn't actually own it originally for the Game Gear in my original run of owning a Game Gear. I bought it after the fact. And it, too, is a game that plays much like this, with this style of presentation. It's just 8-bit instead of being 16-bit, and I assume quite difficult as the result. Also, now I can't remember where the goddamn vent is, so this is going to take me a hot minute or 7. And then I think, and again, coming up shortly, I think we'll do that, you know, the thing I said we were going to talk about. I'm basically going to use someone else's words, but not all of that person's words, because some of them I can't say. One, because I'm not Australian. I may do the mock Australian accent, but I am not Australian. And two, let's just say some of the terms would not be acceptable today. I mean, they may. You can argue they weren't acceptable then, but they certainly aren't now. So there will be some hot fixes. Also, the Eastern Conference Final and the Western Conference Final of Pib Madness are live. We're not wasting any time. Both of them are going live right out of the chamber. You got the Western Conference Final between Superman 64 and D2. The Eastern Conference Final between Castlevania Judgment and Duke Nukem Forever. Make sure you click on both of those, please and thank you. Did I say Game Gear version? Yeah, I have the Game Gear version. Love the Game Gear back in the day. I'm so glad I invested in that analog, what's it called? Analog portable pocket? I forget what that thing is called. The people who make the ridiculously expensive aftermarket consoles. Like that Nintendo one that cost like $400 for some fucking reason. Why can I not find this vent? I found it perfectly fine before. Why can I not find it anymore? I'm back at the start of the stage. Why can I not find this fucking vent? I haven't even finished my drink yet. I'm not that fucking crocked. I mean, tomorrow could be a different story, but I'm not that crocked yet. But yeah, I did say Game Gear. Jeez, this is getting dangerous. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Okay. Please don't fall into that. Where is this fucking vent? Again, I found it just fine every other goddamn time I there's the goddamn thing. There it is. Okay, now we can go down. I don't know if it's here, if I gotta keep going down. I think I gotta keep going down. I'm not going to the other side because there's something over there that wants to be dead. So I'm gonna go over here first. See if maybe this is the right way. Let's try this one out. Voice, please and thank you. Careful. 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 That was way too close. Okay. Amazing how I had 4 whole minutes left on a timer. That's totally accurate. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that definitely seems like a completely realistic score to have there. Mission 3, okay. Alright, so we're still in this particular area here. Now, sooner or later, the aesthetic does change. It'll change to looking a little bit different, so don't worry, we're not going to be stuck with this. Okay, you may as well just fall in one more time. It won't just be this one music and this one background all freaking night. There'll be a little bit more to it than that. Eventually. Just gotta get there first. So let's see if we can actually rescue this guy. Make the jump. Thank you. Gotta make the jump at like the last freaking second. What's up with Zoidberg? I have no idea what is going on with Zoidberg. I don't know. Was that a pretty good Zoidberg? I hope it was. I hope it was a pretty good Zoidberg. There better be something good down here for the amount of vents I just jumped over. Okay, there is at least one hostage, so yes. Whatever grabbing USB towers over hubs. That was so good. Excellent! Everybody loves the Zoidberg! I usually use that in conjunction with a voice modulator. Basically, the key thing with USB devices is making sure that your, the important thing to make sure with your USB devices, I'm not doing that whole thing for that speech, is to make sure that you're using the correct device on the correct port. If you've got USB 2.0 devices, try to put them on the USB 2 ports, because they don't need the fancier stuff. If you've got devices that need USB 3 ports, make sure they go in those. And, when possible, supplement with powered USB ports. Ones that use an external power source and not just the USB port itself. Because sometimes you run into the situation where if you plug too many USB things, your computer says, the last USB device plugged in was not recognized, or some shit like that, which usually happens when you got too many things jammed in. Because again, all of this stuff has to draw from the computer's power, and if there's too many things plugged in, the computer goes, look, I don't have enough electricity to store it around. I don't know what the hell to tell you, boss. I don't know what to tell you. So, again, just something to think about. Ow. And then yes, if now here's another thing. There are USB 3 ports and USB 3.1 ports. These are not the same thing. So if you buy a device that says it's USB 3.0, try to and you plug it into a 3.1 and you get problems, plug it into a 3.0. I bring that up because I was having issues with my webcams for the longest time. I was trying to use an Elgato face cam and it just kept locking up. And then I switched to this Logitech Brio, which I actually really like. And it would do like this weird one frame glitch on occasion. And once I plugged into a proper USB 3 port, go figure, it stopped doing that. So, another thing you gotta bear in mind. I think this area needs more ladders. Definitely needs more ladders. More ladders and more Bort license plates. Oh, does this keep going? Oh, it ends. So yeah, an external powered USB hub is never a bad purchase. Ow. Hey, Spectre Son is welcome on. Oh shit, out of. It's like, oh no, out of flamethrower ammo, but I can't switch off it. Ow. Well. You can take your motherboard out with too many devices as well. Yep, you gotta be careful sometimes. Gotta be careful. Again, this is at least why we're doing infinite, time and lives. Not health. I guess I figured that'd be, you know, too cheesy. A little too cheesy. That would have been a situation. You go bye-bye. How many of you assholes are over there? How many actual? Okay, can I get this guy? Like, right, oh, shit. I thought that was the wall, god damn it. So I didn't activate this, but there's also apparently a level select cheat I can do in-game if I have a second controller plugged in. Oh, would you look at that? I have a second controller plugged in. So if I also decide the hell with this, I can skip a stage. Which, let's be honest here, is probably going to happen more than once. In an effort to at least keep the show moving. In fact, can I do it from here, or did I have to do something at the title screen? I had to do it at the options screen. Oh, well, in that case, hang on a second. So, let's punch those in again real quick. I didn't get rid of that. Alright, game clock is frozen, so A. Alpha, Charlie Tango. Charlie Alpha, Sixer, Juliet. Charlie, Alpha, Sixer, Juliet. Oh. Codes were already... Well, I'm in too deep now! Peb, the codes are already in there, you dumbass. Stop typing. Alright, infinite lives. Alpha 2, Echo Alpha. Echo Alpha. Alpha 8, Romeo. No, 8. 8, Romeo. Okay. Then you combine that with... So now I gotta go to the options screen here. Type in the activation code on this. So ability to skip a level. C up, down. Wait, no. C up, right, down, left, A right. No. How fast do I gotta type this goddamn thing? Okay, let's maybe go back in there. C up, right, down, left, A right. Didn't work. Try that again. C up, down, words. Fuck. C up, right, down, left, A right. Enter the activation code on controller 2 at the options screen. A sound will confirm code entry. I question. Now, okay, this also may not be a controller in which all the buttons work. That'd be an issue. Here's another problem. I got this giant thumbnail, and it is not doing me any favors here. It is doing me no favors here. I'm not getting shit here. Maybe this is a bum controller. C, up, right, down, left, A, right. C, up, downwards, fuck. Yeah, exactly, Susie. Don't think we go get another controller here, seriously. C, up, right, down, left, A. Okay, any chance there's just a Game Genie code that does this bullshit? Well, apparently. I mean, apparently I have that capability. Sort of. I just have to do this. So, there is apparently also cheat codes that just do this. So, if we... any chance... How do I skip this thing forward? Okay, if we just go here. Start at Guardian level after stage 3. So I need Alpha. Alpha Tango Bravo Tango. Alpha Echo Yellow? Which one's Y in the native phonetic alphabet? Is it yellow? Yorkshire? Yosemite? A is basically what it comes out to being. Actually, I don't think I put that in properly at all. Well, maybe I did. Well, let's see. Does this look like a thing? What is C in that alphabet? Zulu. Oh, Yankee. That's what it was. Yankee. Thank you. Yankee is Y. Okay. So now we should start at... Perfect. So now this is technically stage 4. Which is called the Level Guardian. Why? Well, first of all, we got some bomb-ass music and a really nasty-looking alien. And it hurts. I should probably get a bigger gun. And maybe actually consider hitting it. Sir, could you hold still, please? I'm trying to kill you. Oh shit, item drop. Nice. Okay, I was not expecting that. Hey, alright. Would you look at that? And now, the stage 4, which music, pretty good. As Ali Lunarfang says, that has no business being this good. And as you can see... Sorry, hit my mute by accident. As you can see, this has resulted in a new look for the stages. Looks more like, you know, a little bit more, a little less industrial. A lot of meat hooks everywhere, though. A lot of meat hooks. With... Oh god, face huggers! Okay, I could have done without that.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Okay, ow! Oop, oop, oop. Oh god, and they... Oh god. And well, ow, ow, ow. The face huggers, can... The eggs can infinitely spawn face huggers. So many meat hooks. Do we get DBD on the wheel? It feels like it. Sure goddamn feels like it, don't it? Anyway, what I think we're gonna do, we're gonna pause the game. So, as many of you are aware, lots of things happen in this country, mostly due to the inaction of people who were presented with the one situation in which the public says, actually, you know what? Please go in there and murder this person indiscriminately because they're an actual threat to the public. And they all just kind of sat on their hands and just kind of... Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. They didn't sit on their hands. They actually did a pretty good job of arresting and tasing parents who wanted to come in and save their kids. Oh, but also some cops went in and got their own kids. But anyway... Rather than go all in on that, because it's the first time this entire week on this program we've discussed it, I'm going to use someone else's words. There is a routine, a comedy routine that often makes the rounds in the wake of such things. It originally debuted in 2014. It is attributed to Jim Jeffries from his Bear stand-up. If you still have Netflix, it's on there. And it goes on to talking about gun control and things like that. And as much as I would love to present it verbatim, again, that's an easy way to a DMCA. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try something a little bit transformative. I'm gonna put this picture of him on the screen. I believe we have a file photo here. Hi, Jim. How you doing? And rather than listen to his voice, you can listen to my voice doing a really bad Australian accent. Because the Australian accent is based actually off of his voice. It's based off of his voice, so technically this is kind of a coming full circle situation here. So I believe I have the script for that here. And I will scroll it up and down occasionally with my little finger doodle here. So, obviously now this may go. Now there may be certain times in which I decide to maybe stop and discuss something, but this will now the original routine is 15 minutes. We'll see if we can beat that. But before we do that, I'm just gonna give you a moment of zen. Right, moving on. I'm gonna talk about something that now that sort of splits the crowd a little bit. Gun control. Now, wait, for you. Don't get excited because the other people have guns. The anti-gun people are like, yeah, do it, Jim. Now let's just shh. Before I start saying this, I want to say this, right? I believe in your right as Americans to have guns. I'm not trying to stop you from having guns. All I'm saying is my personal belief on the opinion. My opinion on the... Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't like guns, right? I'm going to say some things that are just facts, right? In Australia, we had guns, right? Right up until 1996. 1996, Australia had the biggest massacre on Earth. Still hasn't been beaten. Actually, by now it probably has been, but that's beside the point. And now, after that, they banned the guns. Now, in the 10 years before Port Arthur, there were 10 massacres. Since the gun ban in 1996, there hasn't been a single massacre since. I don't know how or why this happened. Maybe it was a coincidence, right? Now, please understand... please understand that I understand that Australia and America are two vastly different cultures with different people, right? I get it. In Australia, we had the biggest massacre on Earth. And the Australian government went, that's it! No more guns! And we all went, yeah, alright, then it seems fair enough, really. Now, in America, you had the Sandy Hook Massacre, where little tiny children died. And your government went, maybe we'll get rid of the big guns? And 50% he went, fuck you, don't take my guns! So here's where it gets confusing, right? As I said, I'm all for your Second Amendment rights. I think you should be able to have guns. It's in your Constitution. What I am not for is bullshit arguments and lies. There's one argument and one argument alone for having a gun, and it's this argument. Fuck off! I like guns. It's not the best argument, but it's all you've got. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with saying, I like something, don't take it away from me. But don't give me this other bullshit. The mine one is, I need it for protection. I need to protect me, I need to protect my family. Really? Is that why they're called assault rifles, is it? I've never heard of these fucking protection rifles you speak of. Protection? What the fuck are you talking about? You have a gun in your house, and this next statistic he admits in a future stand-up is completely made up. You're 80% more likely to use that gun on yourself than to shoot someone else. He actually mentions in a follow-up stand-up, the Freedom Tour, which we actually saw in Green Bay when he was in town, that he sensed that, maybe I might that up. It sounded good though, right? So the 80% in the original is a made-up figure, but it's probably not too far off from the truth. And people think, well, that never happened to me. You don't know that, because you know what? From time to time, we all get sad. One day you're happy, then you're sad, and then, uh-oh. Protection. I had a break-in in Manchester, England, where I was tied up. I had me head cut. They threatened to do... Again, this is me pulling a punch. I threatened to do things to me girlfriend. They came through the window with a machete and a hammer, and Americans go, well, imagine if you had a gun. And I'm like, all right. I was naked at the time. I wasn't wearing me holster. I wasn't staring through the window waiting for... Okay, that's the word he says that I'm not allowed to use. I'm gonna hotfix the word he uses with pricks. I wasn't waiting for... Actually, no, maybe not that. Nah, bollocks, doesn't work. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go with pricks. I wasn't staring at the window waiting for pricks with machetes to come through. What world do you live in where you're constantly fucking ready? You have guns because you like guns. That's why you go to gun conventions. That's why you read gun magazines. None of you give a shit about home security. None of you go to home security conventions. None of you read Padlock Monthly. None of you have Facebook pics you behind a security door going, fucking yeah. Like, you're gonna be ready if someone comes in your house. You have to have it all fucking times. By the way, most people are breaking into your house. Just watch your fucking TV. You think that people are coming to murder your family? How many fucking enemies do you have? Jeez, you think a lot of yourself if you think everyone's coming to murder you. See, if you have it readily available, it becomes unsafe. You have it in your bedside table, one of your kids picks it up, thinks it's a toy, shoots another one of your kids. Happens every fucking day. But people go, that had never happened in my house because I'm a responsible gun owner. I keep my guns locked in a safe. Then they're not fucking protection! Someone comes into the house, you're like, why here, fuckface? Oh, you've come to the wrong house here, buddy boy. I tell you what, I'm gonna fuck you up. Is it 32 to the left or 32 to the right? Your mother's birthday? Why the fuck would I know your mother's birthday? Maybe if we didn't leave the window open because it's fucking hot, because it's hot here, we wouldn't be got fucking murdered right now, right? This is me attempting to adjust a safe. I find the NRA to be hard work. The fact they always think the answer is more guns. After San Diego happened, the NRA said, and I quote, none of this would have happened if the teachers had guns. I think they're forgetting what school was like. You walked in on a great bit, yeah, sound enough. I'm basically doing Jim Jeffries' gun control bit. Well, come on in. And then we'll get back to the Alien 3. The fact that I find the NRA to be hard work. The fact that they always think the answer is more guns. The San Diego happened, the NRA said, and I quote, none of this would have happened if the teachers had guns. I think they're forgetting what school was like. Does anyone remember that casual teacher that used to, whenever she came to school, the relief teacher came in and you and your friends would go, oh, we're gonna make her cry. And then she stands in front of the class with a bit of chalk and her hands to be shaking. You go, you're never getting married, are you, miss? Never gonna happen to you. And then she'd get back to a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle and she'd be crying over the steering wheel going, why don't they like me? Let's give that prick a gun and see how things work out. I am, of course, prefacing because Jim Jeffries is Australian and he likes using a particular C word, which I am not going to claim any right to use. I may hail from Nova Scotia, and I know people in Nova Scotia who use that term, but I never used it. There are people who can attest to the fact that I never used it, and the character, I kind of blur the line where I end and the character begins. The character hails from Secaucus, New Jersey, so I also have no claim to it. So I'm not going to use it. And don't write it in chat. The Streamlabs chatbot may actually yell at you, so don't write it in chat. And then they go, oh, well, answer to that. We'll just add more guns. They go, we'll put an armed security guard at every school across America. Yeah, that'll work out. The average security guard in America earns $16 an hour. Not a lot of wiggle room to be a fucking hero. Someone comes onto the school and you've got Kevin. Now, I'm sure Kevin's shit hard at Call of Duty, but it might not fucking cut it, ladies and gentlemen. And NBs. I'm adding that part in. Now, I understand that when I'm doing this joke in this room, 50% of you agree with me. 50% of you don't agree with me, and I do respect the people who don't agree with me. Don't think I don't. The 50% who don't agree with me, 20% of these people are smart enough to realize it's a comedy show and it's not to be taken seriously, and they're laughing along just because it's funny jokes, right? And the next 20% have sort of phased out a little bit. They're looking around going, wonder what they got that chandelier up there for. And then it's the last 10%, and they're fucking furious. Right now, in this room, not this chat room, this is pretend I'm in Boston. Rim shot. Right now, in this room, all people watching at home, 10% of you are fucking seething. And for a couple of reasons. First reason, I'm making good points. Second reason, and this is the big one, I'm foreign. And that's pissing the fuck out of you right now. And your brain is just on a loop. And you can't fucking turn it off. It's just going around in a circle. It is going, if you don't like it, go home! If you don't like it, go home! And my answer is no. I came here legally. I pay my taxes. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. Your First Amendment means that I can say the Second Amendment sucks dicks. And unless you're Native American, you're a fucking immigrant as well, so fuck off! Don't get so precious about it. I understand that to Americans, your constitution is very important. I respect it, but please understand that every country has one as well. It's no more special than any other constitution. We have one in Australia. I don't know what it says. I've never seen it. If there's a problem, we'll check it, but everything's going fine. And don't get me wrong, I get the constitution is important to you. I have had I get it, right? I've had people come up to me in my face and scream at me in car parks and I'm leaving the theater going, you cannot change the Second Amendment. And I'm like, yes, you can. It's called an amendment. You can't change something that's called an amendment. See, many of you need a thesaurus more than you need a constitution. If you don't know what a thesaurus is, then get a dictionary and work your way forward. Anyway, don't think your constitution is set in stone. You've changed things before. You used to have prohibition there, right? And then people were like, hey, who likes getting fucked up? Yeah, I like getting fucked up too. Let's get that one out. You used to have this little thing in America called slavery! And then Lincoln came along and said, that's it! No more slaves! And 50% of you went, fuck you, don't take my slaves! And the same bullshit arguments came out that you have with guns. Why should I have my slaves taken off me? I'm a responsible slave owner. I'm trained in how to use my slaves safely. Just because that guy mistreated his slaves doesn't mean my rights should be taken away from me. I use my slaves to protect my family. I keep my slaves locked in a safe. That's the thing. Why should I have my guns taken off me? I've done nothing wrong. Look, I agree with you. If you're a responsible gun owner and you don't fuck around with them, you should be allowed your guns. You really should. But that's not how society works. We have to play the 1% that is such fuckwits they ruin it for the rest of us. We have to walk as slow as the slowest person to keep society fucking moving, right? I take drugs like a... Okay, first of all, I'm doing a bit. I'm using someone else's words here. I take drugs like a fucking champion, right? We should all be allowed to take fucking drugs, but we can't we? Because Sarah took drugs and she stabbed her fucking kids. Oh, thanks, Sarah. You fucked it up for everyone, right? Everyone should be allowed to drive their car as fast as they can do it, right? But we can't, because Jonathan got drunk and ran over the family. Thanks, Jonathan! Now I have to drive at 30, you fucking idiot! See, that's the thing. Why should I have my guns taken off me? I'm responsible, just because that guy's crazy. That's ableist language, but I'm just gonna read this as it's written. Who's to say you're not crazy? That's the thing about crazy people. They don't know they're crazy. That's what makes them crazy. The only thing you know for sure on this earth is, I think, therefore I am. You know that you exist. Anything past that is open to interpretation, right? You know you exist, and that's it. Right now, I think I'm in Boston talking to 1,200 people. That's what I think I'm doing. But there's a good to fair chance that I'm in an institution standing in front of a white wall going, I hate guns, I hate guns, I hate guns. See, one of the better arguments is, well, if you take the guns away, then only criminals will have guns. Not true. When they banned the guns in Australia, it worked. When they banned them in Britain, it worked, okay? The Bushmaster gun that the kid was going to use in San Hill costs like $1,000 American. You can buy it at Walmart. It'll be delivered to your house. That's it, man. $1,000, right? That same gun in Australia on the black market costs $34,000. Now, if you have $34,000, you don't need to be a criminal. You've got $34,000. You're a great little saver. Keep going. That covers the criminals, but that doesn't cover the people who want to murder your family, that are coming after you and your family. It kind of does. The people who do the massacres, it covers them because they go... The kid at Colorado thought he was the Joker. Let's say he had some social issues. The kid at Sandy Hook was... I'm not going to repeat that, right? I don't know if you know a lot about the black market, but you can't just walk up with the docs going, guns! Who wants to sell me a gun? Alright, now I'm going to wrap this up. We won't talk about it anymore. Now, see, the one thing I really do agree with is the right to bear arms. I really agree with that the real reason it was written so that you could form a militia to fight against a tyrannical government. In case the government became a bunch of pricks, you could all get your guns and fight back, and that's why it was written. Yeah. And that made a hell of a lot of sense when it was just muskets. But you know the government has drones, right? You get that? You're bringing guns to a drone fight. If we went back to muskets, I'm all for it. Keep the Second Amendment. If we all have muskets... Muskets are awesome! Every prick should be carrying a musket with him at all times. You know what's good about muskets? Gives you a lot of time to calm down. Someone calls your wife fat and you're like, fuck you, buddy. Hey, you're not a bad guy. You're all right. And I mean, this part can continue whether you're holding the musket or not. All right. So, this impromptu piece of performance art brought to you by, I don't feel like rehashing every other thing I've already seen on social media and figured I'd bring something slightly new to the table. And with that, we will move Jimmy Boy off the screen and pick the controller up and get back to what it is that we were doing. Wrong controller. You need the one with the 6 buttons. You grab the one with the 3 buttons.
I effing love you.
Plushy, thank you, and Ondo Biddies. Again, I figured if I just showed that verbatim, I'd get DMCA. It's like, why don't we just do it transformative? What if I just rattle the thing off myself? I figure we'll do that. But yeah, he freely admits in a follow-up comedy special that he made that 80% figure up about that you were supposedly 80% more likely to use the gun on yourself than an intruder. And the Simpsons episode The Cartridge Family also kind of... Clockwork, thank you for gifting a sub to all you Lunar Fangs as well. Thank you. It's, what was I going to say? The Simpsons episode The Cartridge Family kind of runs with a similar line too when Homer buys the gun and shows it to Marge, and I think I don't know if she said it was like Dateline or someone said that you were like, what, 50% more likely to use the gun on a family member than an intruder. And Homer's like, TV said that? That episode still holds up, by the way. And I know not every Simpsons episode does, but that one definitely does. Still definitely holds up. Except for the part where the NRA members are horrified that Homer is using his gun to shoot out lights on the TV and things like that. I don't feel like that would happen today. I'm going to call bullshit on that one. I feel like they would look at it and go, right, I think that's how you're supposed to be using it. But you know, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All I know is the NRA convention in Houston is the wrong people in the wrong place at the wrong time. And we have a redemption out on the field. Flounder wants me to show something off. I suppose we could arrange that. That could be a thing we do. All right. Okay. And then, yeah, Marge takes the gun at the end as well. Do you want me to show something off? First of all, I'm going to adjust the Donna Dixon line so I don't make a mistake here. You want me to show something off, huh? All right. This is what you want to see? All right. You want to see this large, wonderful, voluptuous, world famous, terms of service compliant tit? Huh? His name's Giuseppe. What happens when we squeeze my tit? He's adorable. We love him so freaking much, even when holding him messes up my chroma. Yeah. Alright. Moving on. Yeah, so I haven't checked how it was going today, but my understanding is that there was no shortage of counter-protesters outside the NRA convention in Houston. You also have to wonder, why? Now, Houston's a very liberal city. Why the fuck would they put it there? Was San Antonio not available? What happened? Or Houston, as I guess people in Georgia call it. I don't know why you would put that in Houston. I don't know why you would do that. Whatever, it's their convention. I'm just gonna sit here and point and laugh at them. But I will say that no one is more hopeful than I that we might actually get some real fucking change out of this for once instead of just nothing. Because, like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. I am going to talk about this. I don't give a shit. Like, I get that there are solutions that target the guns. Look, I'm from Canada. I'm originally Canadian. In Canada, there are a lot of restrictions on firearms. I forget what they are on like handguns. Now this could have changed, but I was under the impression that handguns in Canada, the magazines couldn't carry more than 6 rounds. That could be out of date. I don't know, but maybe Austin was all booked up. Do I have a blue tit when it's cold out? Sadly, not Doggo Duck. So, and that's not to say that Canada hasn't had violent incidents, but they don't happen nearly as often. They don't happen nearly as often. Like, that's the thing. So we had January 6th, where whole bunch of belligerents breached the Capitol. And the politicians didn't really, they had to worry, obviously, but they got out, before serious harm could befall them. And in an alternate universe where maybe they didn't get out in time, maybe they would have greater appreciation for what that entailed. Like, obviously, we were happy that people came to no harm because that's a thing we're supposed to say when we're talking into an electric stick. Thing we're supposed to say. It sounds real nice. But in Canada, it played out a little bit different. There was an incident, I can't remember if it was 2013, 2014, or 2015, when an individual, a radicalized individual decided, fuck it, he was going to attack Canadian Capitol Hill, which is basically, well, he attacked the House of Parliament. He started out, he had like this shitty little Western, this old-timey Western carbine repeater. The kind that you get with like little hand crank is on like the butt of the gun, the thing that looks like the thing that Arnie had in Terminator 2, but it's the rifle and not a shotgun anyway. He had one of those. And he took out he killed a soldier who was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which is I believe it's a World War I memorial in Ottawa. The soldier who was stationed there is purely symbolic. They don't have a rifle. They're there just to look good for it. That's literally the soldier's only purpose there. The guy shoots him first, then runs for Parliament, and actually gets inside. Because, Canada back then was like, yeah, it's Parliament Hill. Fucking walk in. Who gives a shit? Because, at that point in Canadian history, no one had bothered to do something like that. And, a lot of people were inside. Like, all of the liberals, the conservatives, the NDP, they were all caucusing in their rooms, and they had to barricade those things up pretty damn quick. They had to barricade the doors and take the flag posts and turn them into spears in case the guy walked in. And then eventually, a bunch of RCMP descended on it. The sergeant at arms, who there's a similar guy who served the same function in the U.S. Senate. He shot the guy, and obviously that scared the living shit out of every politician there, because it means actual shots rang out in the House of Parliament. Which, again, in Canada, the House of Parliament, like Parliament Hill is, it's like the U.S. Capitol. The House of Representatives is there. I think the Canadian Senate is there. All of the shit's in that one building. Trudeau might have been there too. I can't remember. I believe it would have, would it have been Trudeau or Harper at that point? I can't remember. But anyway, suffice to say, they got to see up close and personal what that kind of situation looks like. A cop did his job. Yeah, I know. What a concept. I don't even think technically it's his job. I think he's only strapped for ceremonial purposes. But no, he went into his office, got his gun, and plugged the guy who rushed Capitol Hill. Or Parliament Hill. And American politicians were spared that horror because they got out in time. And I don't think the people who were rushing them had guns, because the Secret Service had guns. But you're pretty ignorant to politics, but part of the shootings is the mental. And again, that's the other thing too. And that's part of why I wanted to preface it by stating that Canadian politicians have had an up-close encounter with this sort of thing. That American politicians were close to it, but not quite. Shots did not ring out in the U.S. Capitol. So Canadian politicians, again, have seen it up close and personal. It scared the shit out of them. Rightly so. And I'm not suggesting for 1 second that it should not have scared them. It absolutely should have. There are multiple angles of attack that one could take to remedy the issue. You could go from the gun control angle, where you could say, all right, the assault weapons ban is back in place. We're doing forced buybacks. We're going to put restrictions on firearms. We're going to say that you can't have stuff that is capacity of yay, or these calibers are blocked out. That's one angle of attack. It's not necessarily the only, it may not be the right angle of attack. It's one worth looking into, but that's one angle to look at it. There are, of course, other angles, which is, of course, as people bring up, the societal and mental health ones, which they love to bring up, but then they just go, oh, it's a mental health issue, and then never touch that topic either. Because it's all a smokescreen. You divert the heat off the guns in the NRA. You bag it as being a mental health issue, and then you do nothing to address that either. Because there are legitimate concerns we had about that as well. Because in the lead up to the shooting in Uvalde, the kid who was doing it was basically committing every red flag imaginable. Animal abuse, sending pictures of guns to girls and shit like that. And you know, we don't have red flag laws in this country. We don't have things that say, okay, if you are clearly demonstrating very aggressive, dangerous behavior, we're going to take your guns away temporarily. We don't have laws like that in this country. Maybe other countries do, but this one doesn't. Because then the question becomes, okay, well, if you reported that, what would you even do? The cops would just see a fine, upstanding, patriotic American. We don't have those laws at the federal level. Some states may have red flag laws, but I don't know they would have done any good in Texas. If that guy at the cops called on him, I don't know what they would have done. I don't imagine they would have done much. We've already seen them not do much. So everyone can go, the signs were missed. Well, there's two things to that. One, what would they have done if the signs hadn't been missed? Would they even do anything? And second, is it possible that the signs were missed because so many people are just so used to seeing that kind of content online that they've just become numb to it? Especially, you know, a lot of cisgendered women who just deal with that kind of toxic masculinity all the fucking time, that they've just seen it so often, they're just like, oh, well, this is just life now. This is just the crap I have to put up with when I'm online. Because that's another aspect of it too, where a lot of this stuff needs to be frankly looked at. And this is the other thing that really starts to split the room, is if I come here and I say, you know, maybe we should look at the games. I'm not going to sit here and say that video games alone cause these kinds of situations, especially because every statistical thing says that crime is actually down overall since, you know, video games got much more graphic and intense and shit like that. I'm not suggesting that they alone are responsible. I'm not saying we go full Jack Thompson. But, you know, the modern game industry never hurts to be poked and prodded a little. A little, hey, y'all are being responsible over there, right? You're not, you know, you have a... there's a lot of people who play video games. Just make sure you're being practical, right? Like, for instance, okay, Modern Warfare 2, the No Russian stage. That was 2009, I want to say. Yeah, I think 2007 was Modern Warfare 1. 2008 was World of War. 2009 would have been Modern Warfare 2. Nicole Wadden, thank you for the 10-month resub. Welcome back. But yeah, Modern Warfare 2, I was gonna say, well, gosh, if you release that game today, Sunny Smiles, thank you, follow, welcome on. Well, gosh, if you made that game today, you wouldn't put that stage in there. But then Activision remastered it in 2020 and left it in there intact. So, yeah. And that is, of course, the stage where you are +1 to a massacre at a Russian airport. Now, and of course, my argument is, yeah, I understand that you can skip it, but why is it even there? Is it not possible to get across the idea that this Makarov fella is capable of committing atrocities without physically witnessing him commit the atrocity? Like, we played Modern Warfare 2 on this channel last year? I think it would have been January. I think it was actually March 2021 we played that game. And we did that stage, but we didn't shoot anybody. We just kind of yelled at them to knock it off while we looked at all of the accoutrement and the art assets in the airport, including there's apparently a shop that was selling copies of the game. Like, you could whole ass find in the airport in Modern Warfare 2 that there were copies of Modern Warfare 2 for sale, which is a very, very cool additional detail that you would miss because obviously there's a massacre going on and it's the more pressing concern. AK9 and welcome on in as well. Video games, they're great unless Bobby Kotick is involved. Yep. So, again, I understand video games do not correlate to real-world violence, but that being said, now remember, video games got dragged in front of a Senate subcommittee when they looked like this. In 1993, Joe Lieberman and Herb Kohl dragged all the big game makers in front of Congress to answer questions. Dragged all of them in there. We had a good old-fashioned moral panic about it. Over Mortal Kombat, Doom, Night Trap, and so on and so forth. When games looked like this. And, I mean, look, there's a little bit of blood and guts in this thing, but this is pretty goddamn tame by today's standards. I don't know if you've played a modern-day Mortal Kombat game, but it's a lot more graphically intensive than the Mortal Kombat games back then. Your friend just played Night Trap. The game is a trip. It sure is. By the way, I'm gonna put in a cheat code and skip to the next stage here. Hang on. We're gonna skip to the next one here. Give me a second. Give me uno momento. Let's go to stage 5. So let's see. We have Alpha 2 Bravo Tango. Alpha 2 Bravo Tango. Alpha Alpha. Alpha Alpha Echo Yankee. Hey. All right. Oh yeah, the Hays Code. Yeah, also like the film code in Hollywood too, which was a wild thing back in the 30s. The 1930s, not the 2030s that are coming up in a decade. All right, stage 5. Here we go. Mayhem. What the hell does that mean? In any event, ooh, looks like we're in like a med bay or something. In any event, especially given that the modern day gaming industry is run by people who don't feel they have to release completed products, who put microtransactions in them. You know, again, I'm not gonna sit here and say they're solely responsible, but I would love anything that would make them a little bit uncomfortable. Anything that would make them just a little bit uncomfortable, I'd be happy with. It's like the same thing that's going on in New York State. The Attorney General of New York State is investigating several online platforms that were connected to the shooting in Buffalo. They're investigating Twitch, as well as Discord, 4chan, 8kun, whatever the hell else. And, you know, Twitch Twitch, if you've got all your ducks in a row, you got nothing to worry about. Discord, however... Discord's gonna have a harder time explaining themselves. And, oh god, in 4chan, 8chan, like, would they even try to explain themselves? I'm sorry, those sites have to go. Those sites have to go. I'm sorry. That's not a controversial opinion. Those sites have to go. I'm sorry. They gotta go. You had a good run, but you're too full of fucking monsters. So you gotta go. I'm sorry. It has to go. But anyway. Like I said, if Twitch has got their ducks in a row, then they don't gotta worry about what's going on with the New York Attorney General. If they don't, well, then that's their problem, not mine. I just broadcast on the site. I just put the broadcast over here and get repeatedly hit by these fucking aliens. Why must there be so many of them? I'm gonna have to put in the cheat code that gives me infinite... Like, how am I supposed to react to that shit? How? There's just not enough time. What's down here? Anything good? Anything... Well, there is something bad. Well, let's try that again. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, like I said, there are things that could be done to address why this keeps happening in America, because it only ever happens in America. I really love that reporter who got Ted Cruz to get all offended that I'm sorry that you don't like American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism described as shooting children. And again, America just doesn't want to... Well, I shouldn't say America doesn't want to try anything. Americans want to try things. 80-something% support mandatory background checks. A majority support red flag laws. These are not opinions that are controversial with the electorate. The electorate is in the tank for these ideas. The politicians just hem and haw don't want to do a goddamn thing. They don't want to do it, despite the fact that it's what the American people are asking for. Like, again, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. When 89% of America wants something, you fucking do it. If 89% of America said that they wanted, I don't know, Barry Manilow's Copacabana to become the national anthem, you would do it. If 89% of Americans said they wanted Pepsi banned, you would do it. When you get that many people in this country to agree on something, you fucking do it, seriously. You can't get 89% of the people in a room to agree with what you go on a pizza. But you get 89% of people in a room to say, yeah, red flag laws should be a thing. Or not red flag laws, that mandatory background checks should be a thing. 89%. 89% of people in this chat can't even agree who should go to the Pib Madness final. But 89% agree. Background checks should be mandatory. This is not a controversial opinion, according to the American electorate. But the Democrats don't want to do anything about it, and the Republicans sure as shit don't want to do anything about it. Or at least, they didn't want to do anything about it before. There was an interesting thing that happened. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who was scheduled to appear at the NRA convention, instead withdrew his appearance, but instead did a pre-recorded message. And in said pre-recorded message, he commended the bravery of the teachers, but at no point did he commend the police at all. The governor of the great state of Texas does not suddenly decide to not say nice things about the police for no reason whatsoever. Because he knows the other shoe's gonna drop. He knew something that at the point no one else did. And for him to suddenly decide that he doesn't want to, Oh, geez, I didn't realize I actually found all the guys. I didn't realize I'd actually won the stage. When the governor of Texas decides he doesn't want to fillet the police department, something has changed. It could be something, it could be nothing, but Greg Abbott does not pull up on his fellatio of the police for no reason whatsoever. It's not like he forgot and didn't want to put it in the speech. Or yeah, it's not like he forgot. It's not like he forgot. So like I said, there are measures that could be forms of gun control in the form of buybacks of guns that could be suddenly decided to be no longer kosher. We could decide that the ubiquitous AR-15 is no longer kosher, or something to that effect. We could also, again, going on the mental health angle, we could bring in single-payer healthcare. We could actually do something in this country to destigmatize and work on mental health. We could put God knows how much funding and financing into the healthcare system and into mental health as a whole. We haven't done that either. And this is one situation where a broken clock is right twice a day. Former President Trump. Yes, I am legally about to say a not bad thing about him. A broken clock is right twice a day, okay? Bad people can do good things. And he is sort of oversimplifying the issue, and by sort of I mean completely. He said something to the effect at his NRA speech where he said that the reason why we don't have funding for mental health in this country is because Biden keeps sending billions and billions and billions of dollars to the Ukraine. Which, the worst person you know just made a somewhat great point. And again, that's not to say we shouldn't necessarily be sending aid to the Ukraine, but it's the sort of thing where everyone just agreed that should be a thing that should be done. No debate whatsoever, and yet we can't get the things that people actually want done. Because, I'm all for helping out the Ukraine in matters. I'm not saying that they are not worthy of assistance. But why can't we walk and chew bubblegum, yeah? Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Rio. You're right. And no, you're not repeating anything. You're not repeating anything. There's money out there, but we just choose to spend it on other fucking things, like the police. The police that just stand around there with their dicks in their hand and don't decide to actually go inside and do their goddamn jobs. And as I said earlier, we all have our qualms with the institution of policing. How it is a layover from slavery, how they only exist to protect property, and that the Supreme Court ruled that they have no duty to protect human life. The one time that everyone, from your most ardent back the blue person to your most ACAB individual ever, the one time where everyone looks at a situation, no matter where you land on the political spectrum, and go, you know what? Yes, I want you to go in there. Never mind asking questions. Go in there and shoot this person. Do the thing you're really good at and shoot the living shit out of this person. And they all just hang back and go, better the kids than the teachers than me. That's literally what happened. For 78 minutes, they did not go in. 78 minutes. 78 minutes, no one went in there and did anything. And of course, the story keeps changing. And it's interesting the story keeps changing because reporters, by the way, so many new people have popped in while this speech has been going on. Hello, Bestie Pog. Hello, Candy Striper Viper. Everyone else who's popped in the chat that I've missed so far. But if they go in the school, who will arrest the parents outside? True. By the way, Automod may be catching some things it wouldn't normally. There's a thing on Twitch I'm involved in that starts in like 4 days. I had to ratchet Automod up a little bit for it. It was an actual requirement. I had no say in the matter. So Automod may catch a few things that would normally. Don't take it personally. Huh? What? Oh shit, Rio re-greened her hair. And it is definitely chroming.
I re-greened it.
You re-greened it and your hair is still very, very chroma. Hey, Lightling as well, come on in. But yeah, cops just did not want to go in there. The one time where we're okay with the cops actually going by their stock programming and murdering someone indiscriminately, and they didn't want to go in there. Didn't want to do it. Just did not want to do it. Just didn't want to do it. Now, Hadoken Cat, thank you for the 8-month resub. Welcome back. Like, okay, here's the deal. Oh, shit.
All units, we have a code red.
Fabian Raiders, hello. Welcome on in, Fabian Raiders. Hello, Alpha Wolf. Hello, Gaming Grimoire. Welcome on in. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Retro Variety Drag Queen Streamer. Member of Team Stream Queens. Your timer on this channel is well wasted, which reminds me, I gotta get another fucking drink. I put the broad in broadcast to the hole in wholesome. I make sure for my own hubris. No, these titties are fake. The retro is real. That's the real Genesis hooked up in a real ass manner to make it look as bad as it used to. Here. It's a VCR. Family, I know I got a lot of raid targets out there on the TTV, and we're always thank Limit you spent time with little old me. I'm doing okay. Family, we're talking shit about cops in Texas while playing Alien 3 for the Genesis. Welcome on in. We just got to the point where we were acknowledging that the police did not want to go in and deal with the situation, which... Look. I'm gonna go on a tangent for this for a moment. Okay, the person outside of this, you're on a 24-hour stream held by somebody, and one of the people in the chat showed a funny meme edit video about quote-unquote titty streamers that showed up in the video of me. Hell yeah! I need to be canceled for being a titty streamer. I need to be getting canceled for being a titty streamer. Love that. But yeah, exactly. Cops in Texas, Alien 3 for the Genesis, lyrical, spiritual miracle. Exactly. I do not own any... I shouldn't say the word real guns. I do not own any firearms that would use traditional ballistic weaponry. I have no shortage of pellet and BB guns, which I do not shoot. I do not keep any ammunition for them or gas cartridges or anything that would enable them to function. They are purely for cosplay, accessory purposes. None of them are real. We do not have any guns in this house. I am not opposed. Let me get this thing off my face. Or just fall off and die. I'll just die. that. Can't rip, the answer to that is yes. And I'll get that flap in now. The production value. Hey, it's the one thing anyone can agree with when they're dealing with me, that I'm really fucking professional. What can I say? I've been doing content creation for so long, dumb ideas just come to me and I run with them. You're like, wait a minute, that's Pib. Nice. Anyway, as I said, we don't own guns that would take traditional weaponry, just BB guns, and again, purely as an occasional cosplay accessory. That's it. I am not opposed to perhaps in the future purchasing one or more firearms for the, you know, the whole home defense, whatever the hell you want to call it. I am also not opposed to the notion of perhaps acquiring a handgun and a concealed permit. Now, I don't have one. I have made no overtures towards doing that, but it's a concept that I am open to. That being said, if I find myself at the grocery with whatever gun it is under my jacket, and I hear what sounds like firecrackers and people screaming, I'm not pulling the thing out and fucking running towards it. I'm heading for the exit with everyone else. The piece is for if I can't get out. If it's a hunker down and wait for help situation. That's what it would be there for. I'm not going over there and finding the guy and plugging him. I don't want to put up with that shit. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that unless I have to. For many reasons. One, first of all, I could die. Not a big fan of that. Second of all, I could not die and just have horrible medical bills and have some kind of debilitating thing where my leg hurts for the rest of my life or something. Third thing, you know what happens when you're the good guy with a gun? You get publicized. Look, I know they say all publicity is good publicity, but that's not the kind of publicity I want. Because I would basically become the inverse. I don't know. You know, you got a bunch of nuts coming in here. It's something I don't want to have to do. That's not something I want to have to put up with. It's not something I'm gonna have to turn infinite health on. It's not something I ever want to have to deal with. It's like winning the lottery. You win the lottery. Look, I'm in a state where they are forced to disclose who won the lottery. If I won the lottery, my name is out there. And if you cap someone, your name is out there. So again, it's something I don't want to have to do because it would basically ruin my ability to do this. It would completely ruin my ability to do this. Now, the reason why I say this is it's me saying I don't want to put myself in a situation where I got to shoot someone. That's why I'm not a cop. I don't want to have to actually shoot someone, so I'm not a cop. There's a line in Star Trek Generations, the film that's got Shatner and Patrick Stewart in it, where Captain Kirk says to the Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, risk is all a part of the game if you want to sit in that chair. If you want the undying adulation and fellatio of all the back the blue diehards in this country, I'm sorry, on occasion, you may have to put your ass on the line. You want to wield the state-sponsored the state-sanctioned monopoly on violence? On occasion, you're gonna have to put yourself in a dangerous situation. You don't want to do that, don't fucking become a cop then. You want to wield that kind of supreme executive power over people's lives? If you don't want, then you bet you're gonna have to be prepared to put your ass on the line. I'm not sorry. I was saying I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry about that opinion. I'm not sorry about that at all. And none of them wanted to go in there. None of them wanted to go in there. And like I said, If you don't want to put yourself in a dangerous situation, that's fine. But it also means you don't get to be a cop. Because the idealized version of the police officer is the individual who sees a threat like that, goes in and neutralizes it, never has to buy a beer again in their goddamn life. And none of them wanted to become that person. None of them wanted to be the sergeant at arms in Canadian Parliament. None of them wanted to do that. Nobody wanted to be that guy. Because you know, I don't remember the sergeant, I can't remember the name of the sergeant at arms who stopped the Parliament shooter. But that man never has to buy another beer in his life. Never has to buy another beer in his life. The man is treated as a national hero. Because he stopped the man who wandered into Parliament with a gun. He never has to buy a beer in his goddamn life. Hell, I'd buy him a beer. He did the right thing. He saved people's lives. He did the right thing. I'd buy him a beer. I don't even like cops, and I'd buy the guy a beer. You know, while we're on this discussion, there's an interesting video. Rio already knows the video. Let me see if I can find it. I can only watch that which I've seen in it so far because there is occasionally a TOS in it, so there are certain parts I have to cut away. Let me find it. It's this old ABC special. What the hell was it called? Let me see if I can find it. It's this old... I wonder if I can find it. Yeah, that video is wild, but I have to find it. It's an old... I think it's an old TV news special that sort of... destroys the myth of the good guy with a gun. The problem is I can't remember what that video was called. It was taking me a moment here. It's gonna take me a hot minute here to find this. If I can find it, that is. Come on. Maybe if I look up ABC? No. I need videos that aren't brand new, damn it. I need an old video. Yeah, it is old as fuck. But it was basically a special that someone did on TV that basically destroys the myth of the good guy with a gun, because what they did is they took a few regular jag-offs, trained them, and then put them in a situation where someone comes into a room with a gun and no one was able to clap the guy. Trying to see if I can find it real quick. Otherwise, what day would Hassan have watched that? Maybe I can go to his channel. Give me a second here. Where's Hassan's archives? Give me a second here, chat. Early 2000s is the video. So I'm gonna go to Hassan's channel for a second here. I'm actually gonna take a proper be right back. Give me a moment. Like, are we sure we're... Okay, we seem to be picking up speed. Little bit. Well, if the plane's going down, so am I. What you drinking looks tasty? Margarita. I remember watching the living shit out of the first season of Metalocalypse. It was like, yeah, no shit. Literally, like all the voices you do on this channel are the cast members. What do you mean half the voices I do on this channel are the cast members of Metalocalypse? What the fuck? I'd rather chop off Okay, I have
ding
located
dong than
it.
believe cats.
You'd rather chop off your own ding songs than police has the voices to Metalocalypse? Okay, here we go. Coming on back now. Coming on back. There is at least one point in this video where, and I know where it is, where I am going to have to kill the video feed, But this is apparently an old ABC News special. The person who has uploaded it has framed it as proof that concealed carry permit holders live in a dream world, part 1. And I'm only going to watch the parts that I have individually seen, because I don't want to get in trouble.
Games and movies, you know, they glorify gunfights, and they get that warped sense that this is true. This video game is exactly what I can do in real life. It's not reality.
Police investigator Chris Benton, firearms instructor Glenn Dorney, along with the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Police
I'm getting
Department,
a beer. I
agreed to
got a
work
little
with
bit
ABC
before
News
this
on an
gets too
experiment
controversial.
to test the ability of average people without crisis training to react and protect themselves with a gun under stress. It was inspired by a real incident at Northern Illinois University last year when a former student opened fire in a lecture hall, killing 5 other students and wounding 22.
Door just kicks open like a movie. Boom! Shocking glass.
So with that in mind, we came to Muhlenberg College in Pennsylvania and sent out word that police were offering free gun training. From the interested students, we chose 6, with gun experience ranging from none at all to more than 100 hours. The gun, by the way, is real. It's a Glock, but the bullets are not. They're a kind of plastic filled with a kind of paint.
Okay, good. A holster?
The police go over the basics, getting the gun out of the holster, getting the target in sight.
Left foot should be.
And you should know that our basic course is already more hands-on training than almost half the states in the country require to carry a concealed weapon.
Which hit is mine?
Now, it's time to
By the way, tonight's beer, we're going to try the Stevens Point Brewery Drop Dead Blonde Refreshing Ale, a unique blend of sterling hops and two-toe malts, whatever the hell that means.
begin our experiment. First up, Joey Dolan, who loves action movies and has spent countless hours firing a gun that shoots plastic pellets called an airsoft gun. Joey thinks he'll be good at deploying a weapon.
This would basically be me.
You're the only person in the group that has a weapon.
We tell Joey that he has the gun to defend himself and others, but later in the day.
All right, let's get rolling here, guys.
For now, he's to attend a
Good beer.
lecture class on protective gear. He has no idea what will happen here, nor that there are hidden cameras in the lecture hall. We notice he's nervous. He can't seem to keep his hand off the gun.
Moving on.
No. Do you have a gun on you? No.
Alright. I'll tell you because I'm sorry.
Are you serious?
He also doesn't know that these other students around him are in fact cops or people working for ABC who will replicate the chaos of real people in real crises. The lecturer casually begins talking about protective headgear.
Okay, I cannot stress enough that if you told you I'd be back.
Suddenly, the room is under attack. The instructor is down. A student hit. Joey struggles to get his gun out, but it's stuck in his shirt. He can't even get it out to aim it.
Stop, Axel, stop, Axel, stop.
Had this event been real, Joey would have been killed in the first 5 seconds. Or there's the chance the bad guy would simply have taken replicate the chaos of real people in real crises. The lecturer casually begins talking about protective headgear.
Okay, I cannot stress enough that if you told you I'd be back.
Suddenly, the room is under attack. The instructor is down. A student hit. Joey struggles to get his gun out, but it's stuck in his shirt. He can't even get it out to aim it.
Stop, Axel, stop, Axel, stop.
Had this event been real, Joey would have been killed in the first 5 seconds. Or there's the chance the bad guy would simply have taken his gun from him.
That was the first shot, and then the second shot was right in the chest.
That so-called armed intruder was our firearms instructor, Glenn Dorney.
Did you ever get your gun out of the holster?
I got it out of the holster and it was stuck in my shirt.
Joey says his endless hours of practice with an airsoft gun meant absolutely nothing.
Honestly, like with my airsoft gun, I can shoot the target every time, dead on, but this is just completely different. Like, it's ridiculous.
Don't get discouraged with these. It takes practice.
And it's not just Joey. Police tell us that even for them, handling a gun in a holster can be tricky if you don't stay in practice. This video is a police officer giving a safety demonstration to some kids at a local school.
I'm the only one in this room professional enough that I know of to carry this Glock 40. I'm the only one. No, is everybody all right?
He literally shoots himself in the foot while placing the gun back in the holster. So how much more difficult is all this for Danielle, a novice who did very well in our basic...
And that's why I had to cut the video feed. He literally popped himself in the foot. Okay, but for real though, took it like a champ. Just, ow.
Training.
Pull the helmet on.
Same scenario. She thinks she has the gun for later. And suddenly an armed intruder bursts into the room.
I told you I'd be back.
Danielle has no trouble getting her gun out and shooting.
Actual stop.
But here's Danielle's problem. A weapon alone won't save you if your body's in the wrong place. Take a look. When Danielle starts to shoot, she stands up.
Did you get me or something?
Yeah, that's
How'd you get
to
me?
show you.
Oh, wow.
She took a deadly hit to the head.
I thought I was in the middle of like a murder scene. Like I literally thought like I was came straight out of a movie.
Okay.
And that's.
Was it realistic?
It was very realistic. Yeah. My heart is still pounding.
Okay.
She's also confused about whether her shot hit the intruder.
I think I hit you in the head.
You think it was the head?
Wasn't it at the top there? Oh, I got you there.
Nowhere near the head.
That
And
would
it was
still hurt.
even worse for Brian, our third student. We have two shooters enter the room.
Had it with you.
Brian freezes in his seat, hands on his desk. Police aren't surprised. In seconds, Brian is peppered with bullets, one to the head, one to the heart, two on the shoulder, one in the arm.
Like, no one ever gets hit in the movies, obviously. Real life, I got hit like 5-6 times.
So what happens is when you get so jacked up that you tend to forget how to do the simple things because your body elevates, your fine motor skills deteriorate, and you can't get that gun out. And you're thinking, oh, there's a gun, I'm getting shot at, you know, and you're not going to be able to do this.
Take a look at the way your own body undermines your decisions, your accuracy with a gun in crisis. Under extreme stress, your blood is actually pulled from your skin toward your muscles in case you need to flee. Your heart pumping 3 to 4 times the normal rate. Your hands have less blood, they're less dexterous, your reaction's delayed. When police show me a video used with real police trainees,
you have just arrived at an unknown trouble call.
My task is to watch the policewoman who's my virtual partner check out a suspicious car and react if there's a need for self-defense. The first time, I don't get near firing, but on the second time, even when I know what's going to happen, I'm 2 seconds late.
The interesting thing is, even the second time around, knowing exactly
knew what was
the
gonna happen.
timing of everything, you still can't get there in time.
Which is why police can spend months and months speeding up their reaction time until it's no more than 1 second, and building muscle memory that overtakes all that racing blood during a crisis.
And being able to pull and start clapping that quickly is why often police don't seem interested in asking questions and just starting to shoot people. I'm actually going to stop the video there because I can't vouch for anything beyond that. Again, because we've already seen, well, we didn't see it, we cut away, but we've already heard one person clap themselves in a fucking foot in that video. I will link that for you in chat. Viewer discretion is obviously advised if you wish to pursue that further. That's your call. All right, where's my controller here? I think it's time for me to put some new cheat codes in here. Give me a second. Let's see here. Yeah, Can't Rip is making a Texas cop jokes. Like I said, it's why the idea of the good guy with a gun is not exactly the world's most accurate thing that you would ever want to put all your freaking eggs into. Alright, give me... Is there anything that's like infinite health or something? People also forget that being good out of range don't mean good in action. You have a friend who went to Iraq, being good at the range gets thrown out the window when the target shoots back. Exactly, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Let's see here. We were on stage 5. Let's do stage 6. So, let's see. Alpha 6er. Alpha 6er, Bravo Tango, and the rest of that can just stay as is. The rest of that can stay as is. Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the friggin' mouth. Is there an infinite health? There is no infinite health, is there? I mean, I want infinite radar. I don't think there's an infinite health sheet. There's infinite ammo. Huh. Yeah, there's no infinite health cheat. Okay, fair enough. Give me never lose radar. So that's gonna be Alpha. That'll be Alpha Juliet Foxtrot Tango. Alpha Sixer Sixer. We'll do that. Alpha Sixer Sixer. And then tell you what, give me infinite ammo for the machine gun. That'll be Alpha Juliet's shit, what's M? Mark. I'll just say it's Mark. And Alpha, oh, actually no, it's not M, it's N. Okay, that's November. N is November. Alpha Juliet November Alpha. Echo Alpha 3 Romeo. Echo Alpha 3 Romeo. Boom. Alright. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to have to shoot people, so I'm not becoming a police officer. Also for other reasons, because, you know, like we said, the police are don't have a duty to protect people. They have a duty to protect property. That's it. It's all fucking bullshit, and for a litany of reasons I could go into, but just, you know, take me at my word. If you don't want to do your fucking if you don't want to do that, then maybe you just shouldn't be a fucking cop. Maybe you just shouldn't be a fucking cop. But I mean, they're gonna keep being cops anyway because they don't give a fuck what the hell I have to say. They'll keep being shitty cops. And I mean shitty in relative terms, because the presence of a shitty cop suggests the presence of a not shitty cop, and they're all shitty. They're just degrees of shit, you know. Like if you're your regular your regular bad apple ass cop, which I love when everyone loves to forget the part of the bad apple analogy where a few bad apples spoil the lot. But anyway. Yeah, the SCOTUS one that says cops aren't meant to help in that shit. Exactly, yeah. So. And they did not want to do their job. Did not want to do their job. And that is gonna have that may have done more for reforms in this country than anything else could have. And it's a crying fucking shame that, what, 19 people had to die to make that happen? The old Tommy Jefferson quote is that the tree of liberty must be watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. I seen this one take on the timeline where everyone's like, well, would you have preferred it if 19 cops died instead? And I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a second. I'd have to think about that. Well, let's look at this objectively, not from a reactionary standpoint, but from a purely bereft of emotional standpoint. If 19 police officers had died there instead, there would be a lot of questions. Like, how on earth did someone get access to technology that would nuke 19 police officers? Maybe the public should stop having access to those sorts of things. Maybe we should do something about that. That sounds kind of fucked up. You know, that sort of thing. Oh, I hate this. Get it off! 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 Give me a goddamn grenade launcher. Exactly, I know. Please, Maddie. Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Yeah, I gotta basically push like all the buttons or else we die. Do aliens keep prisoners? In this version, they do. I'm gonna actually put in a different cheat code to get us to the next stage. We're on stage 6. I'm gonna move us to the stage 6 boss. So I'm just gonna change that one here. So start at Guardian level after stage 6. That's gonna be Bravo Alpha Bravo Tango. BABT AAEY. A. And then do the rest of that. So. as I said, the cops did not want to do their job, and I mean, like I said, things have clearly changed in this country, where again, Greg Abbott canceled his NRA appearance but did a pre-recorded message and did not fellatio the cops during that. So something has changed. But first, we gotta beat this boss. I gotta figure out how to kill this thing. Could you please hold still, sir? Please come back. I just want to subject you to infinite flamethrower. Please? Please? Madrid, cool. Welcome on in. Sir, could you please come down here? I just want to flamethrower you. It's the most powerful bloody weapon. Would really appreciate it. And if y'all didn't just fucking land on me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not going well. Oh, you... Well, toast. Toast. Come back here now. Ow. I will resume my train of thought once I figure out how to kill this thing. See, okay. This is... So, we were discussing, well, what if 19 cops had died? The only way 19 cops are dying in a situation like that, if this is what they're facing, a fucking xenomorph. There is no way, conceivably, you would lose 19 police officers in that situation. It would not happen. It cannot happen. It would not happen. So, what's the term there? Like, what? This hypothetical situation that someone invented to suit their argument is completely unrealistic. Completely unrealistic. So. Like, again, I thought the Buffalo police cracking that guy's skull in the ground would get us police reforms. That didn't happen. Maybe we get something out of this. You hate that something like this has to happen in order to get these kind of societal reforms. But something has clearly changed in this country. Because again, the timeline keeps shifting. And the police are being outed as a bunch of inactive, sitting on their hands morons. And here's the other thing too. Cops lie all the time. This isn't a fucking secret. The problem is all the jag-offs in the press who keep just taking everything the police say at face value and never questioning any of it. Reporters at this point in human history should know better. Should know way the hell better. Any reporter who just blindly presents police initial police findings as fact needs their head examined. Every single one, because cops lie all the fucking time. They lie in court, they lie to reporters, they lie to people, they lie to themselves, they lie to their bosses, they lie to their families. All they do is lie. All they fucking do is lie. And then, of course, the question then becomes, oh, well, if they're lying about this, what else could they be lying about? Fucking everything? Fucking literally everything? It could be just like that. Mr. Alien, sir, I need you to please vanquish, please. Please and thank you. It would mean so much to me if you could fall over and perish, please. Please. Please, please, with lots of sugar on top. Yeah, I'll work on this. Yeah, the vibe of this game is way different. Yeah, because this is basically... This is Aliens, but transplanted into the setting of Alien 3. That's whole ass what this is. You know, I'm just gonna sit here and do this. I'm gonna sit in the corner and just do this. I'm gonna turn the game down and I'm just gonna sit here and do this. And wait until he falls over and dies. Because near as I can tell, the shots are landing if he's not on the screen. So I'm just gonna sit here and just do this and drink a beer. I'm just going to do that. So yeah, again, there are so many hypothetical situations. There's ways we could fix this. And again, it's the sort of thing where it's not going to be this is the kind of thing that will require a multi-pronged approach. There needs to be some kind of weapons reform in this country. There needs to be an earnest effort to increase social spending. It's not, you gotta do both. Maybe, again, I'm not saying you gotta take all the guns away. I'm not saying you gotta take all the guns away. I would say maybe Canada's a model for this. Because this stuff does not happen in Canada the frequency it does other places. But again, we've tried nothing, we're all out of ideas, and the American people are getting fucking fed up. And the thing I really love is that this is happening in Joe Biden's America. Can't blame Trump for this one. Can't blame him for that. Nope, this is Sleepy Joe Brandon's country that this is happening in. Can't fall back and say, well, in Trump's America. Nope, this happens in Biden's America. This happened in Biden's America. So they can't just fall back and... Because, of course, the other thing is the Democrats are going to be a bunch of sick bastards and just... Well, they've already said it. They've already said as much. Vote for them in November and they'll do something. Except every time they say they're going to do something, they don't. Hey! It worked. That's something you'd worry about being a good guy. You didn't want to bring it up. You don't have any... For having to defend yourself. Like... Right. Right, like... And I thought about bringing it up earlier. Like, everyone knows the flack, correctly justified, that George Zimmerman gets. That he's a pariah amongst normal people for the rest of his fucking life. Because he did what he shouldn't have done. Which also, big points to the police in that situation. And by points, I mean not points, because when, you know... he was being a community enforcement volunteer, the cop was telling him, yeah, we don't need you to do that, with like the same thing you would tell someone in office who's doing an extraneous task. Yeah, that line works in an office. It doesn't work in a life or death situation like this, but anyway. I would not want to be a good guy with a gun because I look and present the way I do on the internet. And you just know that even though arguably I may have done a good, I will be reaping the reward of that, so to speak, for the remainder of my life. Now, what is this stage going to look like? Okay, so it's getting to be a little bit more industrial looking. It's starting to look like the foundry. There's the explosive barrels. They go boom. Hey, Lakota, welcome on in. Wow, that is a lot of booms. A lot of booms. So I gotta save 12 of these bastards now. I ain't going up there. Okay, now I'm going up there. Now I'll go up there. I don't want to go in there. I love that this game also is a mixture of the traditional humanoid-based xenomorph who stands on 2 feet, and then the dog/ox one that stands on 4. I love that they've been mixed and matching the two. Hey, B&B as well, welcome on in. But yeah, they just don't want to do goddamn anything to rectify the issue. No one wants to do anything. And again, it's not an Americans are divided on it. Americans are not, like I said, Americans are not divided on the concept of universal background checks. Like I said, 89% of people in this country approve it. That's not a made-up stat. That is an actual statistic. On properly sourced polling in this country, 89% of people approve it. Like I said, you can't get 89% of people in a room to agree on a pizza. But somehow you can get 89% of people to agree on background checks. You can get Republicans, Democrats, liberals, lefties, right-wingers. They all agree, yeah, we should probably do some background checks. We should probably be doing that. Everyone agrees on it. And they still won't fucking do it. And it's not even, and again, like, the easy cop-out answer would be to just blame this on the Republicans. But it's not just the Republicans. It's the Democrats. The Democrats have had filibuster-proof majorities many times in this nation's history, and they don't want to do it either. Filibuster proof. That is to say 60 people or more in the U.S. Senate. And they didn't want to do it either. Just didn't want to fucking do it. So it's not just a Republican issue. We cannot just lay this at their feet, as much as we would like to. As much as we would love to just blame it on them, it's not just them. Because electoralism be fucked sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean a lot. They don't want to make it better. And again, like I said, the American people are not going to sit still for this long enough. Because this one has lived in the news cycle longer than the other ones. Much longer than the other ones. Mostly because, again, the cops keep changing the story, which keeps renewing the story. Which makes everyone go, huh, what else are they lying about? And of course, you got Joey Bag of Donuts who's like, how is this the only country that this happens? Because it's America, baby. It's America. It's what we do. Hell, my company 2 months ago had an active shooter drill. It was the sort of thing you had to opt into. I chose not to because I actually have work I had to get done. I couldn't stop to attend a LARPing session. But they actually had, like, okay, my company employs security guards who are licensed to carry firearms. They have also taken certain functions to harden the building. They're measures I approve of, blah, 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 and so forth. They had, actually, I guess, a couple of... they had some cops from the county LARP as aggressors who were looking for someone in the building, and... I gotta read about how the hell that went, but they had that, which speaks to, and again, that's the thing. Capitol looks at this and goes, oh. Okay, government's not moving on this, but we now recognize that this represents a real threat to our labor force. The labor force that we exploit on the reg, but need... and they're no good to us dead, or having their productivity destroyed due to crippling depression and death and things like that. Exactly. You can't have labor if... labor, believe it or not, is no good dead. So they're starting to take action because the government won't do it. They're now, like, that's the thing. Like, it used to just be the schools that were doing, like, the lockdown training. Now the offices are doing it. It used to be a thing that they just foisted off on children and said, well, time to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and assume your own responsibility here. Now it's being put on the office jagoffs like me. We now have to go, okay, well, what do we do? Let's barricade ourselves in a meeting room. You just finished a redesign where all the meeting rooms, which used to be rooms with closed doors and no glass walls, now all have glass walls. Yeah, those meeting rooms aren't going to be useful anymore. Yeah, that's not going to be useful. Well, they don't want us to do that. The generic training says to do that, but that is obviously not going to be practical in my workplace. Unless I have a cloaking device. That's the only way that's going to be practical. And near as I can tell, I don't have a cloaking device. So. Anyway. Obviously that's not going to be useful. Maybe if they ever redesign the building again, maybe they can think to maybe harden the offices. Or the conference rooms. Whatever you want to call it. Anyway. Yeah, we approved. Yeah, give me the optic camouflage from Metal Gear. That'll help out. Yeah, that's the problem with these modern day open concept offices. Not a lot of wiggle room to fucking have cover. Oh god, ow. So, and that's the other thing too, like, they all have, like I'm thinking on him here, like, what would you even barricade the door with? The table's too fucking big to move. Couldn't do that. So, anyway. And then, yeah, all the lights are motion sensing, so if you fucking move, the light's gonna turn on. I think you can turn them off, but they are motion lights, so that's not gonna fucking work. So where's the one prisoner left? I gotta fucking set loose here. Where's... Ooh, shit! Okay, health is becoming a little bit of a concern here. Where's the... I wonder if I gotta make, like, a leap of faith or something. Well, someone's here. Oh, there he is. Beautiful. In other countries, we don't look at open concept offices and think, would this be a good place for cover? Very true, bestie. Very true. In other countries, they don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Because, you know, they're not America. Because, again, as the Onion article has done for, like, the past forever... You know, they don't have to worry about this shit because this is the only country where this happens with this degree of regularity. And Bunnykins has decided it's Morbin time. We also have a wheel spin that I've completely forgotten. I'll get to both of those as soon as I find the exit. Or I die, whichever happens first. Whichever one of those happens first, we'll deal with it. So the exit is somewhere on the other side. Let's just try not get clapped by a xenomorph before then. Let's try to avoid that. I don't know where I gotta go, though. I don't think this is it. Well, no, this could be it. Hang on. Maybe. Keep going. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe? Ooh, maybe. Maybe. No, this isn't it, because I've been here. I don't know. I think I just went in a circle. I'm pretty sure I just went in a circle. Oh, never mind, we found it. Hey, One Man Drinking Games as well, welcome on in. You're concerned the Morbius memes are actually going to make the movie companies think we actually like and want another one? I mean, Jared Leto can go fuck himself under normal circumstances, but my understanding is that a lot of the feedback about that movie is that it is almost a modern day version of The Room in which it's taking itself way the hell too seriously. And it's getting the kind of coverage that Snakes on a Plane wishes it could have got back while it was in theaters. It wishes it could have had that. Anyway. What we're gonna do is, first of all, let's get that wheel spin taken care of, huh? Let's do that. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Teachers can't teach certain parts of history, say gay, or teach sex ed, and they want to trust these people with guns. But anyway, this is the Wheel of Pimnification, the feature on this channel whereby every 10 subs, resubs, and gift subs, we spin this wheel. Whatever happens after that happens. We could be, we could be handing out gift subs. We could be playing marbles. We could be playing DBD. We have not had that come up all year. Is tonight the night? I doubt it. No, but it's gonna be another round of marbles. All right. I can dig it. All right. The wheel also said marbles. That means this is going to be a two-top. Exclamation mark! Play! Yeah!
Don't do this. Please, don't do this. Get up. Let's get up. Don't do it. Man, don't do it. No, don't do it. Think of your family. Think of your fans. Think of everybody. You got the kid now.
Fingernail is too long. Exclamation mark play gets you in here. The way this works, if you win the race and you're not subbed, I'll gift you a sub. You win the race and you are subbed, and a gift sub is bestowed to the community in your honor. And it's open and available to everyone. You follow me or not, subbed to me or not, stupping me or not. Whether you're the asshole at Fox who was fucking with Alien 3 or not. Open and available to everyone, so I do want to see lots of balls in my face. It is indeed Morbin time. This is Multi-Lane Madness. Newfie Chan holds the track record at 1:06. you want to see a name up there instead? Exclamation mark play gets you in here. We'll give you about a minute and then we'll do the goddamn thing. And I have no idea which round Bunnykins called down if it was the first one or second one, so it's entirely possible that if they win either one of these, they might get their marbles back. I mean, Snarf coin. It could be a thing that happens, I don't know. Oh yeah, one other point I was going to make before we get going is that everyone's like, why are there so many guns in this country? Because they're inexpensive and we just fucking like buying stupid things. Like, I bought another new watch. Everyone's like, you need another new watch like you need a hole in the fucking head. I bought a new Seiko. It's a really nice Seiko. It's one of the new Seiko 5s. It's a really cool dress watch that's got some of their retro aesthetic on it, but with some nouveau chic on it. Looks very nice. Like a Seiko version of a Rolex Explorer. And 98% of you, what I said in here literally meant nothing to you. But some people buy guns like buy guns like I buy watches. And that's why there are now more guns in this country than people. All right. Exclamation mark play going once. Exclamation mark play going twice. The pips look really nice in the watch. Yeah, they do look really nice. Because Seiko's basically got. I mean, this is sort of an old-timey late 70s chic match with new minimalist design. It's really nice looking for $275. It's a really nice watch. Exclamation mark play going twice, and the loom on it is really good too. Sold. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bucket, let's go ballin' now. Can we talk about that troll who came in with the name that said my blobs for TOS? Like, here's the thing. I have done this on this website too long for it to not be okay. I have to have been reported by so many people at this point where if it wasn't acceptable at this point, I'd have already gotten clapped. There is no way that in 3 years of operating like this on Twitch that a report has not had to be sincerely looked at for this sort of thing. I mean, I've had all my emotes reported, for Christ's sake, so just a thought. Yeah, exactly. I also wouldn't have been partnered. So true, bestie. So true. Exactly. So, let's see. We got Leanna in the lead at the moment. We got me coming up next, Mega Lucario. Leanna presently has a large lead, but we'll see what happens here. As the crow flies, this should be a foregone dub, but stranger things have happened before. With momentum and the laws of physics and inertia. What's that other one that slows things down? I can't remember. Friction. Yeah, it's friction. All right. Looks like Newfie Chen's going to retain the record, but Leanne's going to take the W.
I'm Luigi, #1.
Love that. Leanne takes the W, followed by myself, Mega Lucario, Hambot, Ghost, Seabrook, Atomize, Can't Rip, Lightling, and One Man Drinking Games to round out the top 10. Ali Lunar Fangs will be the last one to turn out the lights. Because that's the thing, for me, I'm the canary in the coal mine for a bunch of people. Because I have seen, like, AFAB streamers get clapped lately for like wardrobe violations, and I'm still here. Now, granted, again, you've got that thing you just seen in chat that puts up that liability like twice an hour, and the video down there that explains everything. I mean, maybe that's all that's saving me. I don't know. Anyway, Leanne takes the dub. Newfie Chan will retain the track record. All right, Leanne, here's the deal. You ain't subbed to the channel, so I'm going to get you to hold still for a second. This is only going to hoit for a moment. Twitch has apparently added a gift immediately button. Oh, I got alerts. Pause. Hang on here.
Hey, yo.
I paused alerts in case that dumbass came back. Enjoy the emotes to the ad-free viewing. All right. So, we did one round, but it seems, again, between the wheel and the 50,000 Snarf coin, it is time for another. Exclamation mark play. Once again, exclamation mark play will get you in here. The way this works, if you win the race and you're not subbed, I'll gift you a sub. You win the race and you are subbed, then a gift sub is bestowed to the community in your honor. And it's open and available to everyone. You followed me or not, subbed me or not, stupping me or not. If you're some jackass in Texas who decided not to go into that school to save people, I'm actually going to say you can't. But otherwise, available and open to everyone, so I want to see lots of balls in my face. I have been holding this contempt back for days because I wanted to give y'all a place where you didn't have to worry about this shit, so clearly I'm making up for lost time tonight. This is the Delta. They never keep a local record for these things, but if you want to have a chance for some ad-free view, an exclamation mark play gets you in here. We'll give you about a minute and then we'll do the goddamn thing. I'm making up for lost time, can you tell? Oh! Alright, we got 43 brave souls in there. I'll give you a little bit extra time, but remember, it's exclamation mark play. I find that if I say exclamation mark play again, more people come in, because what usually happens is I say going once, going twice, and then a shitload of people pop in. Probably like mobile delay and things like that, so you appreciate that I'm talking about. Well, tomorrow it's going to be even better because tomorrow I'm playing Oregon Trail, and that's a game I can stop on a dime, so there'll probably be more discussions on it tomorrow. What are we drinking tonight? We had a Truly, and now we're having a Wisconsin Regional Brew. This is the Stevens Point Brewery Drop Dead Blonde. It's pretty good. Pretty good for a beer. Oregon or Oregon? Oregon, like the musical instrument. That's the one with the zombies in it. And get to the show early because early birds in chat have the ability to become named characters in the car. Get here bright and early. You'll have a chance to be a named NPC in the car. All right, exclamation mark play going once. Exclamation mark play going twice. Sold. 10, 9. Hit the start button, you jackass. 10, 9, 8, 6. What happened to 7? 2, 1. Bucket it, go ball in. All right, it's Morbin time. Rosie, if you did not get in, you can have my ball. All right. Going around lap number 1 of the Delta, which is sort of this tri-oval NASCAR-ass looking thing. All right, I see Arthak. I see Bunnykins, who called in the round trying to see if they can get their car Snarf going back. All right, Arthak. We got Bunnykins, Lady Kirsty. The Gib is in there as well. Marvelite, nice. Huh. All right. Going around the final lap, final turn of lap number 1, Arthak is in the lead. And it's a pretty solid lead at this point, and they are expanding on it. As they say in the Cannonball Run, if you're gonna be a bear, be a grizzly! Real fucking line in the Great Cannonball Run. Maybe we watch that on Discord Movie Night sometime. You're gonna be a bear, be a grizzly. Which is to say, you know, in for a penny. It's like that's like the furry version of in for a penny, in for a pound. All right, going into the final straightaway, Arthak still maintains the lead. Arthak still with a dominating lead at the moment, but a bunch of people coming up behind, seeing if maybe they can do a thing or two about that. Still trying around turn number 1. Arthak still with a healthy lead. Sunny Smiles is seeing if they can get a late surge along with Mary Marvelite, Pumpkin, Flute, and Gib. All right, turn number 2. Arthak still with a solid lead at this point. Gibb is trying to see if they can make an argument, but I think they're losing momentum. Going around the final turn, Gibb has got the best argument, but it looks like Arthak is going to wander in standing up.
I'm a Luigi, number 1.
If you're gonna be a bear, be a grizzly. All right. Arthak takes the dub. Sometimes the Bears win, just not the ones in Chicago. Arthak wins, followed by The Gibb, Fluke Guy, Bunnykins, Mary Marvelite, Naughty Pumpkin, Sunny Smiles, Cowboy Desu, Fallen Island, Luna, Alley, the... Arthak, thank you for gifting a sub to DJ Angel Ryder. Fallen Isla and Ali Lunafangs to round up the top 10. Arthak is presently subbed to the channel, so their gift sub will be bestowed to the community in their honor. Stand by, because I just realized my pronoun extension in OBS is broken. I'll have to fix that. That gift sub's about to be handed out to community in their honor. Stand by, because someone's about to get shot in the face with a gift sub. I was like, something is missing in chat. I've got to figure out, yeah, my pronoun extension is broken. I'll have to fix that. It's going to Necrostatic. Enjoy those emotes in the ad free viewing, and make sure everyone thanks Bunnykins for using the 50,000 Snarf coin this evening. I should probably turn off the music while I'm at it. We should do that. All right. OBS is acting strange lately. It caused Joe Dory to stop stream last night when she was live. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, sometimes weird shit happens. Sometimes weird shit happens. You enjoy watching all those balls? Me too. All right, so I got to find 19 people. Imagine if I had to find 19 prisoners with 6.5 minutes that elapsed. Jesus, the show would just never go anywhere. That wouldn't work. You love the code at Cyberpunk as heck. I will weep for the day that this coat stops being viable. I gotta start thinking of a replacement coat. Not because this code is going anywhere, but I like having backups for things. And if this coat goes, like, that's half the look gone right there. If this coat goes. So, next movie night. Hey, it's what we do. We do movie nights. We also have a movie night coming up on Monday. For liability purposes, I don't state what the film is. Because I'm talking into an electric stick right now. But we have a movie night coming up on Memorial Day as well. We got one coming up there. And details are in there. By the way, if anyone does join the Discord tonight, I am the only person who can authorize entry. So just, you know, just say a couple of words in the introductions channel, and I'll wave you through after the program if I like what I see. Linked Twitch accounts do help with this. Linked Twitch accounts do help with that. So, you know, if you... like, that's the other thing, too. You know, if you use Discord and, you know, you sub to people, you know, maybe some of these people got sections of the Discord that are only for the subs. So, you know, make sure you link your Twitch account and your Discord accounts. You could be missing out on value with that sort of thing. You wouldn't want to do that now, would you? You would not want to do that. So, it's just a good thing to think about. Oh yeah, we were shit talking cops. I don't know what else there is to say at this point. The cops didn't want to do their job. Politicians are starting to find out that the American people are getting real pissed off. They don't want to do theirs. So. And Fox fucked over David Fincher. Something wild with this goddamn movie. Something wild. Okay, maybe we go across here. As long as I have to take fall damage, I'm happy. Ooh, can we go up? Ooh, where does this go? Hey, another one. Nice. I want to say there was a video Ashens did a very long time ago on his YouTube channel about the Sega Nomad. And I think he only had a couple of games that worked on it because I think it was an American Sega Nomad, which is the portable Genesis. And I think this was one of the only games he could get working on it, so he was playing a little bit of it. And I think he was standing next to one of the prisoners. He was remarking how silly they look, how they're just kind of covered in goo and kind of just shaking up and down, going, ew, icky, 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 or something like that. Something akin to that. There's a bit of Ted Cruz. Oh yeah, that video's making the rounds of Ted Cruz getting harangued out going out to lunch. And it's like, you know what? You're that's what you. Here's the problem. You get a bunch of civility politics blue checkmark libs who are like, you shouldn't be doing that. And it's like, yes. Yeah, actually, I had not mentioned that yet. Where, actually, you should be telling politicians how you feel about them every time you see them. Remember, if we are to believe in the idealized notion of America, the politicians answer to us, not the other way around. They work for us. So, harangue them whenever you see them, because they're not going to listen to your fucking letters. It's all auto-gender dealt with by their fucking assistants anyway, or their aides. They don't listen to any of that shit. And yeah, Ted Cruz is a fucking moron, and even his own party would admit that he's a fucking moron. He's a fucking moron. Treat him like shit every chance you get. Do it. Don't even think about it. Just do it. Holy crap, there's a lot of these guys here. Holy shit. Well, yeah, because that's the thing. Like, where we are, well, technically, I'm not going to say who our House rep is, because that would kind of geolocate the show, but okay. In Wisconsin, we have Senator Ron Johnson, who is a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is he's a hypocrite. He ran. Said he would do what? I can't remember if he said he would do one term or two, and then he said that I'm out. That's it. He has already obviously broken that promise. He is running for another term. And he said that he had to do it because Biden's fucked up America or some fucking bullshit dumb shit like that. And it's like, obviously, again, he said he's going to be one of these bastards who was like, look, I'm going to run for a bit, then I get out. And he's obviously gone back on that. So obviously, right away you're dealing with someone who can't keep his fucking word. Look, I'm going to paraphrase Scarface here, because it's something I believe in myself, and it's something I try to maintain. I only got two things in this world, my titties and my word, and I don't break them for nobody. If I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. It might not happen right away, but I will do it. Like again, earlier this week, I told you, Laura, that I was going to do Resident Evil 6 with them. And when the world went to hell in a handcart and the people may have expected me to spend 1 or 2 shows shooting off of the mouth, but I said, nope, we're not going to do that. I told you, Laura, we were going to play this. We are going to play it. And that is exactly what we did. I promised you, Laura, we would do it. And that's exactly what we did. All I got in my life is my boobs and my word. I don't break them for nobody. You're moving to Wisconsin from Texas in August. Okay, few primers. One, they say it's a blue state. I don't see it. Be prepared to see a lot of people with Chicago Cubs memorabilia on. And you only ever see people wearing Milwaukee Bucks apparel if they make the playoffs. Otherwise, they don't give a shit. Because I'm going to say the quiet part out loud here. Wisconsin, like anywhere else, is full of a lot of racist people, and they only give a shit about the basketball team when it's doing well. Like, before the Bucks actually got really good the last couple of years, I could see more people wearing John Cena apparel than Milwaukee Bucks apparel. I would see more people wearing You Can't See Me than Fear the Deer, or whatever the hell their phrase is called, whatever the fuck it is. So... one thing look for to being a blue state, okay, if you're moving to that place, I'm not gonna say it out loud for liability reasons. If you're moving to that place, then yes, that's very blue, very blue. Oh yeah, they'll wear Milwaukee Brewers shit because the baseball team's full of white people. That's the point I'm trying to make. they'll wear Packers stuff. They'll wear Brewers stuff. They won't wear basketball stuff unless the team is winning. That's the only circumstance. I mean, I've only been to Madison once. It looked nice. I have no notes. I saw a Badger game there. It looked pretty from what I saw from the bus. Probably would be a nice place to live, but I got a mortgage where I is. I'm stuck in place. How the hell do I get through that door over there? I gotta figure that out. How do we get through that? Must figure that out. Okay, make the plane... The problem is you can take fall damage in this, and I kind of don't want to risk it for the brisket, so I'm going to have to be careful. But how do I get through that door? Is there something up there I'm missing, maybe? There's got to be something up there I'm missing. Has to be. We'll go back up there again. Again, this is why we turned on infinite time. Because who wants to have to put up with this shit? Imagine me, like 2 drinks deep having to think about this crap. Who would want to have to do that? There's also a baffling lack of aliens at this point. Baffling. I don't understand it, to be honest. I mean, I'm cool with it, but I do not get it. Okay, if we can't come up from above, we must have to come up from below. Because that's the only way this is going to make sense. We must have to come in from below. So let's just go down here. Because not getting through that. Okay. If there is one thing I grew up in Nova Scotia, Canada, and then I also did a stint living in New Brunswick. And one thing it'd really like to do there is it would really love to snow a lot. And I think I just found my problem. I think I got to go up this way. It would snow. Oh, I can't go any higher than this. Well, that's fucking annoying. Well, often in Wisconsin, in the winter, it gets so cold it can't even snow. Which is nice because I don't have to snowblow it nearly as much. It just gets so fucking cold it can't even snow. Whereas in like New Brunswick, it's always just cold enough that at any given moment 3 feet of snow could just magically manifest out of the fucking ether. It can just get that goddamn snowy at a moment's notice. That is truly disgusting, I know. It just gets so cold it doesn't even snow. Love that for me. And that's the other thing. See, like, there's lots of people as, Pibby, why don't you move to California? Pibby, why don't you move to Florida, Arizona, or, you know, places that don't have snow? I like the snow for 2 reasons. One, it makes it makes parts of the year a little bit extra special. And what I mean by that is, look, you know, you got your winter where it's cold and Christmassy stuff feels like Christmassy and that isn't it. Note in mod chat. I'll think about that. It's nice and cold, and it's you know, it makes Christmassy more Christmassy and shit like that. How do I get that door open? Another thing it does. Lots of things don't like the climate. Like, you know, fucking scorpions and big ass nasty snakes and shit like that. So one of the guys who was working on the demo when my basement needed work after the flood was talking about a stint. I think it was in like either Louisiana or somewhere down south. And I mean, he would find like a lot of dead snakes in walls and shit like that. Just stuff you really don't want to have to deal with. Apparently I just found some hidden items. A lot of shit like that. And I'm like, this is, yeah, like dead nasty ass snakes and walls and shit like that. Exactly. You don't get that a lot when it's cold out. Like, what you're doing is you're trading one problem for another. That's what it is. Yeah, sure, it's beautiful and 90 degrees most of the time. But that means that a lot of things that don't like the cold can flourish. And I'm willing to accept that as a trade-off. I'm willing to accept that. I look at that and I go, you know what? That is just the cost of business of not having to deal with that. So I travel back to Canada often. It's been a while. I'm not going on an airplane until I don't know. Like we're going for TwitchCon, and I'm like, I'm not doing international travel right now. Cause like to get to TwitchCon, it's 2 flights, and I don't have to go through customs. To go to Canada, it's 3 flights, and I gotta clear customs. I'm not doing 3 flights. It's not happening. Or you gotta fly to Maine, and then from Maine, someone gets you into New Brunswick, and you drive to Nova Scotia, and it's like... Okay, I have had it with this stage. I have had it with this stage. Which code do I have in here? And Guardian level up to stage 6. Tell you what, give me Bravo Tango, Bravo Tango. Bravo Tango, Bravo Tango. A. Thank you. Oh yeah, I mean the Canada Maine trip was nice back then, but the problem is the people I'd be going to visit don't live in New Brunswick anymore, so that's out. You have seen people post that your facial hair freezes in Wisconsin. Is that true? Well, it'd be true if you got it wet and then stepped outside. In that case, that would be true. If you moistened your hair and then went outside, sure. Just don't do that. Don't wet your facial hair and then go outside and you should be fine. Your nose is going to freeze up, though. Your nose is going to feel great. So we gotta sell... Okay, again, we'll make an earnest attempt to try to kill this thing. And then I'm just gonna sit off screen and shoot it. And... What's the best Alien game I've played? To this point, it would be Alien Isolation. And I suppose that's not exactly close, because Alien Isolation is really good. Better than you would think... Look, that's not to say I don't trust Sega with video games. I do, it's just... They hit it out of the park. Well, I mean, okay, Sega published it. Creative Assembly developed it. But, you know, after Aliens Colonial Marines, the bar was set pretty low. Pretty friggin' low. Pretty low. So... That it turned out to be good was a pleasant surprise. Alright, we're just gonna hide in the corner and just pop the thing off until the thing is dead. We'll just sit here and just wait. Alright. Okay. Just gonna sit here and just fire the gun. Just sit here and just do this and wait for the thing to be dead. On a long enough timeline, it will happen. The gun is infinite ammo thanks to a cheat. Alright, drop on down. So the alien's taking damage while it's on the ground. Like, even if it's not on screen, it will take damage. It registers that. Are you dead yet? What the hell are you waiting for? Are you dead yet? Is this the same boss? Yeah, it's the same boss, it's just a different stage. It is functionally the same boss. Yeah. A little bit unimaginative. Little bit. Exactly. Standing in a corner and going, Bert, if the xenomorph gets hit, well, that's its own goddamn fault. It shouldn't have been standing there. How are you supposed to play this game normally? You know, it's a very good question. Because I can't remember if this is one of those games that if you play it on easy, it stops you when you get to a certain level. Because I know some games do that. I remember Lion King for the Game Gear did that, and it's gone. Lion King for Game Gear did that. I swear there was a game we played a little while ago that did the same goddamn thing, but I can't remember what. So apparently defeating that brought this platform to us, so I'll wait for that to come back. Thank you. Oh. Maybe it was there the whole time. I don't know. I don't think we're really. I don't know about the garden. I don't think we've done much with that yet. I think the weather's been too weird to do shit. Ooh, This is an aesthetic. Oh god, the drippies on the ceiling hurt. This music is kind of a vibe. I had someone in chat ask. I had someone in a DM asking about something about another different video game. Something related to our raid target tonight. But anyway, you think they used the wrong title of this game? That it should be called Aliens? I know. So true, bestie. So true. All right. Is there like a ladder over here? Or is this just it? I guess that's just it. Alright, watch out for the drippy drippy. Yeah, this is... Oh, for fuck's sake. Please! Cease this. Oh, this music suddenly turned up. Okay. I probably didn't need that yet. Ooh. Icky, icky, icky. Alright, let's keep going here. Up. Uppy. Yeah, Apple Pie, welcome on in. Do we need to watch the Frankie York Morgan recap on Alien 3 again? Because, you know, here's the deal. Like, and this is a real thing in broadcasting. Sometimes you have to repeat yourself because, like, for example, we've been going between 80 and 110 all night, but it's not always the same 80 to 110 people. It's more of a fluid number than a constant. It's not the same people popping in and staying. There are constantly new people coming in and longtime viewers shuffling out. It's just a real phenomenon in literally anything. It's like if you ever listen to a radio show or a TV show that's like a live format or something, they will repeat these things. So there could be a bunch of people who weren't here at the start of the broadcast that maybe want to see that shit. That could be a real goddamn thing that happens. You never know. What I am gonna do. Your boy got called sir 2-3 times that you're right that high for days. Marge! They have valet parking! And someone said... And someone might finally call me sir without adding, you're making a scene. Cecil Gamley, thank you for the 10-month resub. Welcome back. Your bitches, rates, and subs to this channel. They'll never required, always appreciated. I don't know. I mean, if there's anyone in chat that didn't see it and you really want to learn about David Fincher's magnum opus, let me know. Otherwise, you know, it's one of these speak of forever hold your peace type of situations. Because we got a recap video for it. Ooh. Don't come on my face. Do not come on my face. You didn't see it! Oh. Well. You were drying your hair. Well, I suppose that seals it. Give me a moment. All right, I got the video here. All right, well, if Rio says she didn't see it, that's good enough for me.
Good evening, Zach. Tonight, I want to discuss acclaimed Hollywood director David Fincher's finest work. No, it's not Seven. No, it's not Fight Club. No, it's not Gone Girl. It's not Panic Room. It's Alien 3, released in 1992 by 20th Century Fox. Before we begin, Zach, I think it's important that I tell you that this discussion will be based on the assembly cut of Alien 3. As you may know, Alien 3 had a very troubled development, going through a small army of screenwriters and flip-flopping between action and horror tones, metaphors for HIV and Marxism, before settling on an industrial, early 90s horror setting. David Fincher's work was also subject to heavy interference from Fox, with entire subplots and sequences removed from the theatrical cut and disowned by Fincher as a result, but mostly restored in this assembly cut, which, unlike other re-released endeavors in the Alien franchise, was produced without David Fincher's involvement. The film opens with the USS Sulaco of the...
Who is Zach? In Deadly Premonition, Zach is, in a manner of speaking, Francis York Morgan's invisible friend.
The previous film flying through space, with the occupants in stasis. An alien egg is shown open aboard the ship, and quick cuts suggest it is targeting the child, known as Newt, from the previous film. As a result of the alien's actions, an electrical fire breaks out, and the life pod of the Sulaco is jettisoned, crash landing on Fiorina Fury 161. We will come to know this planet as a Weyland-Yutani maximum security penal work facility for violent male criminals who suffer from XYY syndrome, a genetic condition in which an individual assigned male at birth has an extra Y chromosome, which according to the film, leaves the men predisposed to violence, but in actuality may result in taller height, acne, and possible learning disorders. According to Wikipedia, the condition occurs in one of about 1,000 male births, and many with the condition will be unaware that they have it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to let that one fly by unchallenged.
The body of Ellen Ripley, once again played by Sigourney Weaver, washes up on a shoreline covered in lice. This detail, omitted from the theatrical release, is part of the reason she shaves her head later in the film. Her body is recovered by an inmate and brought to the prison medbay, while other inmates recover her ship with the help of oxen. The prison warden sends a communique to Weyland-Yutani reporting the crash of the life pod, and that while Lieutenant Ripley survived, Colonial Marine Hicks and an unidentified 10-year-old girl died in the incident. We are introduced to some of the prisoners who have gathered for a prayer as well as morning announcements. Dylan, played by Charles S. Dutton, leads the men in a somewhat nihilistic Christian prayer. The warden, Harold Andrews, played by Brian Glover, informs the men that there was one survivor, 2 dead, and a smashed droid. The men are both overjoyed and horrified at the presence of a woman, as it upsets the oath of celibacy many of them took and the harmony they claim to have built. The warden informs them that Weyland-Yutani is sending a rescue ship that will arrive within a week. The prisoner who rescued Ripley is revealed to also be the prison doctor, Clemens, played by Charles Dance, who viewers may recognize as Tywin Lannister from the HBO adaptation of Game of Thrones. Warden Andrews urges the doctor to keep Ripley confined to sickbay. Clemens is forced to reveal to a recovering Ripley her plight, including that Hicks and Newt did not survive. While walking to her ship, Clemens reveals that the foundry normally houses 5,000 inmates, but is down to 25 to keep the pilot light on and forge lead parts for toxic waste containers. Clemens indicates Hicks was killed when a support structure beam pierced his cryotube and his chest, and that Newt drowned in her chamber. Ripley discovers an acid burn on Newt's chamber and insists to be shown her body. The good doctor observes Ripley probing Newt's body and, when confronted, demands an autopsy, but remains vague on her reasoning, suggesting cholera may be present, which hasn't been reported in 200 years. The initial search finds no signs of disease, and when the rib cage is cracked, nothing amiss is found inside, only lungs full of fluid. Clemens doesn't buy Ripley's story, especially the part about cholera, but is confronted by the warden and his subordinate before he can press the issue. Ripley now demands the bodies be cremated, which the men agree to, while the warden insists that for her personal safety,
she should refrain from freely wandering the facility. 2 inmates are seen bringing a dead ox into a slaughterhouse. They engage in what can only be charitably called locker room talk regarding Ripley. The men cannot explain why the ox died, only that they'll chop it up later for stew. One of the men locates a dead facehugger, but any further discussion on that is quickly cut away for a cremation ceremony. The men and Ripley have gathered in the foundry. The warden offers a biblical prayer for the dead. Dylan offers a compassionate, uplifting eulogy that more closely adheres to the monk-like disposition of the men, that, unfortunately for them all, is interspliced with footage of the dead ox shaking violently. This video is unlisted for the moment, but should be listed this week on the YouTube account. Eulogy that more closely adheres to the monk-like disposition of the men, that, unfortunately for them all, is interspliced with footage of the dead ox shaking violently. As Dylan's speech moves to the promise of new life, a fully formed alien bursts from the dead ox and escapes into the facility. Tensions rise within the prison as it becomes clear Ripley will not remain confined to the medbay, representing a temptation to the men who operate the facility and their mission to wait for God's salvation. Dylan is also forced to address some disharmony, as some of the prisoners refuse to work with inmate Walter Golick, played by Paul McGann, an incarcerated mass murderer whose odor and temperament are apparently outside their tolerance levels. Dylan insists they knock off the shit and do their jobs. Clemens expands on the theology of the inmates who found God 5 years prior, describing it as some sort of apocalyptic, millenarian Christian fundamentalist, and that when the company tried to close the facility down, the converts begged the company to be allowed to stay, and so they remain with 2 minders and a medical officer. Clemens dodges questions as to how he pulled that assignment, and Ripley dodges questions about why he had to do an autopsy on the girl. The sexual tension between the two is very palpable, which will come later to fruition. One of the inmates who had to be talked to earlier by Dylan is working in a ventilation shaft when he thinks he hears one of the prison dogs. He is instead attacked by the xenomorph, which leads him to fall down the shaft and be killed by the fan. The resulting investigation, conducted by the warden, Clemens, and the warden's assistant Francis Aaron, played by Ralph Brown, has no reason to suspect foul play. Clemens, however, observes an acid burn similar to the one that perturbed Ripley at Newt's cryo chamber. Ripley continues to be evasive, but learns where Bishop is located so she can reactivate him. The prisoners mourn one of their own and vow to light candles in his memory, with Golick in tow. Clemens is interrogated by the warden, who demands he discover why Weyland-Yutani has such interest in her. Ripley locates Bishop's remains, but before she can return to the pod to activate him, she is attacked by several inmates who attempt to rape her. They are all, however, savagely beaten by Dylan with a pipe, who beckons Ripley to leave so he can discuss matters of the spirit with his brothers. The prisoner... I think there was quite a few ass whoopings handed out after that. Lot of ass whoopings. Dylan, technically the auto caption is misspelling it. It's technically Dillon. Easily, probably top 3 character in the entire Aliens franchise for me. He's not an innocent man. He's in there too because he's a convicted murderer as well, but I really dig his character, and if he wasn't in this movie would be shit. This movie rides and dies on Dylan. Completely rides and dies on Dylan. Prisoners lighting the candles discover many of them are going out. When they attempt to investigate, they are attacked by the xenomorph. 2 of the 3 are killed, leaving Golick alive but covered in blood and visibly disturbed. Discovered by the warden in the cafeteria, the men capture him and confine him to the medbay. He denies involvement in the men's deaths, claiming they were killed by a dragon. Ripley reactivates what's left of Bishop, once again played by Lance Henriksen. He replays the last moments of the Sulaco for her, revealing an electrical fire caused the ejection, and that according to the computer's records, there was an alien on board, and that Weyland-Yutani would also have access to these records. Ripley reveals the existence of the alien to the warden. They are skeptical of her claims. Ripley is baffled that a maximum security facility has no conventional weaponry, and is ordered confined to the medbay until a company ship arrives. Clemens finally acquiesces and reveals to Ripley that his incarceration was due to gross medical negligence. With his character arc finally complete, the alien arrives and kills Clemens. Golic bears witness to the dragon cornering Ripley, but it spares her life and withdraws. The men are gathered in the mess hall as a small memorial as well as a come-to-Jesus moment. The warden continues to insist that Golic may be responsible for the deaths of all 3 prisoners to this point. Ripley interrupts the meeting to insist the alien is here, and she doesn't have to argue on it for long, as the alien appears out of a ceiling vent and kills the warden in plain view of all the inmates. Assistant Aaron attempts to take charge of the situation, but the men, who have been calling him 85 because of his alleged IQ score, do not respect him. Dylan tries to foist command on Ripley, but the men insist he take charge. Ripley's list of suggestions that Cellar Dweller and Raiders, hello. Welcome on in Cellar Dweller and Raiders. I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. Jamil wants to call me Trish. Retro variety drag queen streamer. Member of Team Stream Queens. Your time here is well wasted. How is the gun neck treating you over there? We're playing Alien 3 on the Genesis. We're just taking a a little detour because there may be some people who haven't seen Alien 3 and want to know what that movie was like and how the video game of this bears no resemblance to the film. We're just going through a quickie recap of that. We know you got a lot of raid targets out there on a TTV, and we're always thankful when you spend time with little old me. And thank you very much for the 40...
Hey. Got destroyed on Area 6 on Intermediate.
I mean, that's better than I could have done. Thank you for that 44-month resub, by the way. Welcome back. We know you got a lot of options on a Saturday night, and we're always thankful and choose to spend time with little old me. AV full as well. Welcome on in. Right, we got to the part in the movie where the warden just got killed by the alien. That would have worked in Alien or Aliens are not viable due to a lack of working technology or weapons. When Ripley takes a tour of the facility where she believes the alien is hiding, she learns of a toxic waste disposal room that has gone largely unused, which has only one entrance and 6-foot steel walls. A plan is then hatched to lure the alien in there, in a sequence that is completely absent from the theatrical cut of the film. Ventilation shafts and hallways are coated with flammable liquid. An attack by the alien causes... Yeah, if you saw this movie in theater or you watched it on Netflix, this whole fucking sequence isn't in this. The plan to take effect before the men are in position, causing many deaths. In a pivotal moment, the alien is trapped between Ripley and the remaining prisoners blocking the exit, and one of the prisoners who attempted to rape her standing in front of the waste disposal room. Seeking redemption, the prisoner known as Junior sacrifices himself by leading the alien into the disposal room and shutting it behind him, sealing his fate. The alien is effectively trapped. The men once again mourn their dead. The film starts to feel as though it's winding down. In a moment of clarity, Ripley expresses concern with Aaron that when the Weyland-Yutani crew arrive, they may not try to kill the alien, but instead capture it. Golic, still locked in the infirmary, pleads with fellow inmate Robert Morse, played by Danny Webb, insisting that because he did not lie or kill his fellow inmates, that he should be set free. There's also one critical element that I left out of this, out of a strict adherence to not engage in blatant bravophobia. Literally, like, everyone in this movie is very British. Like, literally everyone, but like Ripley, Dylan, the guy that Golic's about to kill, like, literally everyone but, like, them and Lance Henriksen is speaking with British accents. Which also doesn't help when you got a movie that's full of I shouldn't say bald, shaved head white people all speaking British. Makes it very difficult for the characters to stand out. Morris discloses that the alien is trapped and where. Appealing to their friendship, Golic is released by Morse. Unfortunately for Morse, Golik attacks him, desiring to see the dragon once again. Ripley attempts to demonstrate to Aaron that the company will not kill the alien. She has him transmit that they have trapped the alien and to request permission to kill it. The company denies them that permission, and to avoid it until the rescue team arrives. Golik, obsessed with the dragon, kills the prisoner guarding the door and opens it. The alien thanks him for it in a manner that you would expect, and escapes.
Have a good night,
Ripley
kitten.
attempts to build support for exterminating the alien, but doesn't get many takers. Morris reports to them that Golik freed the alien. As they panic amongst themselves, Ripley, feeling faint, quietly sneaks away to the escape pod. Assistant Aaron finds her there and helps her run a CAT scan on herself. The result of the scan is conclusive. There is an alien inside her, the shape of which indicates a queen. Though not stated by the film, it can be concluded between this film and the two previous that a quote-unquote royal facehugger was left on board the Sulaco by the Queen at the climax of the previous film, and that it was capable of attacking twice rather than the usual once. First at Ripley, then at the prison Ox.
Oh yeah, the development of this movie is a movie in and of itself that they should make sometime. Like, wasn't there some fucking movie they made? Didn't they do like an HBO thing about just making Godfather Part 1? They should make a movie about making this movie. How do we get that movie made?
The remaining men formulate a plan to remain in the assembly hall and await rescue, which doesn't go over well. Morris has a thought when lighting a cigarette, and the men divert to the leadworks furnace instead. Ripley wants to attempt to bluff the company into not coming at all, believing the risk of letting the Queen get off-world too great. But Aaron balks, wanting rescue as he is the only person remaining with people off-planet to live for. Ripley decides to gamble. She wagers the alien won't kill her, so she decides to try and hunt it down. After she leaves, Aaron witnesses a further communique from Weyland-Yutani. Their ETA has shortened significantly to 2 hours, and they demand that Ripley be quarantined until their arrival. Ripley finds the alien hiding in the basement and attacks it with a pipe, but she is either hallucinating or delusional as she breaks a withered pipe open instead of a xenomorph skull. She is, however, confronted by the actual alien, who was apparently having a catnap, which again refuses to kill her. Ripley, too afraid to take her own life, begs.
So this would be like the point where the theatrical cut comes back in.
Dylan to kill her. He refuses, but makes a deal. She helps them kill the alien, he'll kill her in return. A final debate over what the men should do is had. Aaron tries to argue that they should wait, but Ripley explains that a company that deems the crew of the Nostromo, as well as a Colonial Marines unit, expendable, will not have sympathy for prisoners who found God at the end of space, and may well kill them just for having seen the alien. The men, won over, realize they may be able to fulfill their religious prophecy by fighting the alien, and if they are to die, that they should die on their feet. Aaron remains behind to await the rescue squad. The ensuing cat-and-mouse game to guide the alien to the leadworks remains a confusing mess for the viewer, whether the theatrical or assembly cut, but allows many of the remaining prisoners moments of catharsis before they are each picked off by the alien.
I want to say the guy in this scene is basically taunting the alien, saying, "Hey, fuckface, get on over here, aye?" Again, because most of the prisoners in this are British.
During the later stages of the pursuit, the Weyland-Yutani team arrives. The trap is finally set, with only Ripley, Dylan, and Morse remaining. Morse takes up a position to drop the molten lead. Ripley escapes the trap, but Dylan intentionally remains behind to keep the alien in place, and has perhaps the most heroic death of the franchise, insisting that the lead be poured on top of him and the alien. Morse complies, and once the alien has killed Dylan, the molten lead is dumped onto the alien. Their jubilation is short-lived as the alien shoots back into the air, still alive and coated in lead. Morse realizes the sprinkler system may prove effective and yells at Ripley to activate it. The hot alien covered in cold water causes thermal shock, and the alien explodes, finally defeated. The Weyland-Yutani rescue squad arrives at the foundry, led by a man who resembles Bishop, who insists he was sent by the company to show her a friendly face, but claims to be human and the man Bishop is based on. Bishop insists they will remove the Queen from her and kill it, but Ripley refuses to believe they'll terminate it. She separates herself from Bishop and rejoins Morse on the catwalk, who was shot in the leg by one of the Weyland-Yutani commandos. Aaron, finally convinced of the company's treachery, picks up a wrench and hits the alleged android in the head, and is shot dead by the commandos for his effort. Bishop, covered in dark human blood and with a detached ear, tries to use this as proof positive of his honesty. He continues to beg Ripley to come back with what may be the final xenomorph queen, pleading with her that researching it may be the chance of a lifetime. Ripley remains unconvinced, and in a final act of defiance, casts herself into the molten lead. At the dawn of a new day, Morse, the final remaining prisoner, pulls a last, "Hey, what's over there?" while being escorted out. The last recording of the Nostromo plays as Weyland-Yutani shuts the facility down, ending the film and ending the reign of terror of the xenomorph species, until Fox decided they needed more money. And there you have it. That's Alien Tree. There you have it. That's Alien Tree. Anyway. And now to the game that in no way followed anything that you just saw. Because as you may have seen to this point, I have guns. Lots of guns. All of the guns. And there's also a shitload of aliens instead of just the one. That was a good summary. We try to do it every time we do like a film-based game. Like, that's gonna become part of a playlist on YouTube that's now 4 videos deep. You thought we were playing Alien Trilogy. You could be forgiven for thinking that, eh, Diamond Dave? We have that'll be part of a playlist that will now contain. Do you remember that movie, Zach, for Transformers, 2007? The Super Mario Brothers film and Die Hard, and now it's gonna have Alien 3 in the mix as well. Because why not? Yes, a salute to all the Brits who died during Alien 3. As recorded at Pinewood Studios in London, England. Sounds good, Ali. Have a good night. See you next time. Hope you have a good night. Mwah. So, we're not actually any good at this game, so we're kind of just, you know, just cheating around and just having fun. Like, I got a bunch of cheat codes active. You notice that clock's not moving, because I can't get down this ladder, never mind beat this thing in 5 fucking minutes. Okay, and there's fucking nothing down there. I also have an infinite ammo cheat for the machine gun. That radar is supposed to turn off at some point if I don't have the, pick up enough batteries for it, so... no infinite health code, and we have infinite lives. So I'm just doing that for giggles and shits. And we're just, when I get frustrated with stage, I just go, alright, get it off, 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 get it off! What happened to the asterisk? I just decided it was implied, but I mean, you write it in and you asked real nice, so... Boom. There. You can have it. You write it in and you asked real nice, fuck it, I'll do it. I wasn't gonna bother with it, but, you know, it's a valid request. Ow. Do I have a favorite Alien film? Chris John? Probably Aliens. I mean, Aliens... God damn it! Can we not with this? I mean, Alien 3, redone as the... We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. Yes, this background does look like it belongs in Contra, and definitely not in Alien 3. Because, near as I could tell, Alien 3 did not have a giant fuck-off alien hive in it. In fact, it just had the one alien. See, now this would be something I'd be interested in looking into, because this game launched in 1992. And, what I'd be interested in is if they got jerked around too by a bunch of the creative changes that went on in the film, where they just went, fuck it, let's just make aliens. Let's just do that. And then maybe they just changed a few things around and so that they could hotfix into this prison. Fuck's sake! That they just hotfixed it to that, you know? Because, I mean, this could just as easily go in Aliens or even an Alien versus Predator game for that matter. God damn it! Right, it's like the From Russia with Love video game had a tank battle where the movie didn't. Yeah, the From Russia with Love the video...
The fuck do I do with you now?
From Russia with Love, the video game had to add a bunch of things that weren't in the movie. But anyway. I highly suspect this is going to be another... Probably skip this one stage. Probably give me another situation. Anyway, we're not done yet. I figure we'll probably go for at least another half an hour. Our next scheduled broadcast is tomorrow. Out. Tomorrow at... I just died. Okay, stage 10. Alright, fuck it. I'll go to the next one. The next scheduled broadcast is tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. What are we doing? Look, it's a special game I like to bust out on holiday weekends. We're giving Yakuza a weekend off. We're going to be playing Oregon Trail Complete Edition. We're going to be going sea to shining sea. We're going to pile into the back of the Wagon Queen family truckster and go from Washington to Washington, D.C. to Washington State and probably die of dysentery a lot along the way. So I need stage 11 cheat code. It's going to be Bravo 2, Bravo Tango. Bravo 2, Bravo Tango, AAEY. Hey. All right, we're good. That is it's not just the real video game. That's the real Game Genie as well. I'm holding the EverDrive, so we're not holding... You're obviously not using that right now. That's my real copy of Alien and my real Game Genie. So we're just warping around whenever we feel like it. So there's an icky right there, but apparently there's a wall here, so that's out. Okay. So the problem in this game, too, is that the xenomorph eggs can constantly respawn... not xenomorph eggs. Well, the facehugger eggs. They can keep spawning new facehuggers. Like, if I kill that one, it can shoot out another. So, you gotta be careful. You gotta be kind of... I just went through a hole in the ground, apparently. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Jeez, I'd have to find 15 prisoners in 7 minutes. Not fucking likely. Hey, Fort Town, welcome on as well. How you doing? Apparently this ladder just goes fucking nowhere. Okay, let's go this way. And normally the gun would not have infinite ammo, but, you know. We're having a couple of drinks. We've been shooting the shit. We've been decrying the institution of policing and talking about other such things, which isn't conducive to MLGT gameplay. So I know my limits, and sometimes I just gotta cheat like a motherfucker because that's what I do. It's all part of my vow to bring you the best goddamn show possible, and sometimes it's knowing that I should be playing a game by cheating. Ew. See, again, oh, God. Oh, God. Facehugger eggs, so many goddamn aliens. Well, we found almost half the hostages. Like, this feels like Arcade Shinobi and James Bond the Duel, because James Bond, get it off, get it off, get it off! James Bond's The Duel pulls the same thing, except it doesn't have facehuggers in it, where, James Bond has to rescue a bunch of dames, basically. Great, next hit I take, we're die. Oop. Nope. Did I kill it? How do I get off this fucking... Oh, for Christ's sake. It's like, just shoot it, goddammit! Okay, well, I've apparently found now half the hostages. Alright, which alien's guarding this? Fucking called that one. Motion sensors not doing a very good job. Motion sensors dropping a ball. Oh, I ain't going up there till I shoot the facehugger. There it goes. Jeez, okay. I mean, finding them real easy. It's just, you know, living is going to be a bit of an issue shortly if I can't pick that up. Good. 5. Okay, this is not going too horribly. I'm just gonna... See, this game pulls the same problem where sometimes you just literally don't have time to react to anything. I don't know where the hell I am now. I am wagering that I've been here based solely on the fact that I don't see... Okay, never mind. I do see things trying to kill me. I ain't going down there. You cheeky fucker. Is it not gonna... Okay. I apparently faked out a xenomorph egg. Was not expecting that. Okay, who else is an icky? Nope, we got a live one here. You go bye-bye. I think I just went in a circle. Which I'm cool with. I'm okay with that. It's just not what I thought I'd be doing. Dark Souls difficulty is nothing on old games. I know. Oh, for goddamn ridiculous. Because, we have been going through the Alien franchise. I mean, we played, it was arbitrary tie-in content for Alien Day, which is April 26th. We decided to do that. And we're like, yeah, fuck it. Let's play Alien Trilogy and let's play Alien Resurrection. Both of them for the PlayStation 1. And I was like, you know, why don't we keep going? Why don't we play Alien Isolation? So we did. And now we're playing Alien 3 because why not? And then there's other ones. We could do Colonial Marines, Fire Team Elite, that Aliens unreleased game for the Famicom Disk System. There's no shortage of Aliens vs. Predator games. We got options. We could play Alien 3 for the Super Nintendo, because that's a completely different game from this one. We got options. We got a lot of options. But I gotta find one last hostage, apparently, which I was not expecting to... I was not expecting to do this well. If I'm being honest. Was not expecting this. I mean, I'll still, you know, fuck this up royal, but... it won't be for lack of effort, I guess is what I'm driving at here. Alien Pinball, Alien Wrestling, Super Alien Kart. Oh my god, I need to bust out Mod Nation Races to see if I can make a Xenomorph character. I played the shit out of Mod Nation Races back in the day, and you'd be surprised the shit people were able to make in that game. They could make some pretty wild shit when they wanted to. We also figured out how to give the characters big boobs. I don't have the big boobs button on the soundbar. So I'll fix that.
Big boobs? What? Child. Anyway, so...
Beautiful. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we figured out how to give the characters in Mod Nation Races big boobs. Except there wasn't a whole lot you could do with them. Basically, what you would do is you would take like 2 spheres and then put them like right under the character's chin. So if you wanted to make a Zero Suit Samus, you would basically put a blue ball here and a blue ball here, and based on where the face was in relation to the character, it would look like her tits. I mean, look, I wasn't even a drag queen then, and I was figuring out the logistics of giant tits on everything. The signs were there! I should have realized it! Should have seen it coming all along, but I didn't. I did not. Oh well. Where is the last fucking guy here? Where is this guy? There's one guy left. Where the hell's he at? Let's try looking down here. I'm sure there's a spot or 7 down here I missed. I'm sure there's somewhere. Just keep going. There's got to be somebody still alive around here. Otherwise, we'll just skip the next goddamn stage. Maybe here? Hello? Looking for anyone who's still alive? Anybody? Hello? Anybody? Anybody at all? Anybody down here? Well, something's down here, because there's 2 fucking aliens and swag and a face hugger! So there's something down here. Ooh, there's the last one. So the drips that you see coming down the ceiling do damage Ripley, so you gonna want to make sure you're not standing underneath that when it drops. Oh yeah, one of the other Alien games we're gonna do. Hey, Cloud Castles. Aliens Infestation. Now, that's the 2DS game that was developed by Way Forward. Or, not 2DS, just DS game. I don't know why I'm calling it a 2DS game. It's a DS game released by Way Forward. Now, you know, sometimes when you play a DS game on this website, you know, sometimes you just whole ass emulating it, which is, you know, it's just sometimes the facts of life when it's a handheld game. You just wave the real copy of it in front of the... Okay, I can't do the quick cut gag because I just did it like 20 minutes ago. Alright, stage 12. You saw that! I beat that stage. You saw that! You saw that we achieved everything done. Everything is, you know what, I'm also going to skip stage 12. I'm going to skip that too. Give me Guardian after left to stage 12. Give me Charlie Alpha Bravo Tango. Hey. I know, I'm so good. Buffet, nice. So, Aliens Infestation would be a difficult game to emulate using a computer because the game has a lot of touchscreen functions that are kind of important. And as you can see, the alien just looks like all the other boss-ass aliens, so I'm just gonna do this. So, unless maybe you could find a way to map, controller functions or touchscreen functions to a controller, and even then that sounds like more trouble than it's worth. But what I do have is a modded Wii U. I have a modded Wii U, and you know what a Wii U has? A DS emulator. It has a DS emulator on it. So, and it has a couple of really cool screen options on it. So, all I'd have to do is just use the Wii U gamepad. Chat would be able to see the main screen and the touch screen, and it'd actually work. So that's another distinct possibility as well. I'll also be able to wave a copy of that game in front of the camera. Because I actually have an original copy of that game. I bought it at Giant Tiger in Fredericton for like $8. Like, gotta be 8 years ago, 9 years ago, something like that. Back when that game could be had for nothing. Actually, no, wait. Actually, I bought that at Walmart for $6. Never mind. I bought that at a Canadian Walmart for $6. And now that game's like, what, $100 on eBay or something? It has gone up in price. Also, where's the exit? I do not see an exit. There must be a platform that now started working. Is there a platform? Hello? Oh, God, there it is. Come back! Please come back to me. Thank you. Alright. Are we there yet? Okay, good. Stage 13. Okay. Ooh, now things look like they get... Oh, God. Collapsing platforms? Oh, fuck off. Okay, that's... Alright. When did I start playing When did I start playing the original Prince of Persia? When did that start happening? I gotta be cognizant of that now. Okay, this must be the end of the line for this section, because I don't see where else that could go. This music's kind of... This stage's music kind of a bop as well. Oh, also, both PiBcast, we got 2 matchups live right now. We've got both the Western Conference Final and the Eastern Conference Final. And, I was gonna say, how far down does this go? I would have thought that would have killed her. Anyway. I bet you standing in that... Oh, yeah, standing in that is definitely gonna kill her. Can I jump at that ladder? Nope. Okay, that hurt. Probably don't want to do that. Probably don't want to do that. So they're both live, so make sure you check them out. They'll be live. They will wrap about noon Monday Central, and we'll see who is going to be the Pip Madness final. Because depending on who wins, that game will be taking over the primetime slot in like 2 weeks. Well, no, less than 2 weeks, actually. Like, not this coming schedule, but the one after. So, oh, God damn it. I cannot keep hitting that credits button. Otherwise, all I'm gonna wind up with TikToks that all use the same fucking joke. So, try to avoid that. Okay, ooh. Just go ahead and whisk me on over here, thank you. Oh, fuck's sake. Maybe if I fall down this way? Oh, okay. Okay, so that's maybe how that's supposed to work. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Can we not, please? Please? How do I open this? Or is it just... Okay, it's just open. Never mind. Okay, this is going a lot higher than I was expecting. Geez, this elevator ride needs its own music. Where the hell am I going? What is this place? Okay, that must be the end. That must be the end of the stage. Which means in order to find the end of the stage, you gotta go all the way up that elevator, then all the way down this shaft. Which sounds like a lot to have to accomplish on a short timetable. Just going all the way down this troll-ass elevator with music that's just like... And God forbid you hit the wrong button, accidentally hit up here, and then end up going... That's the end of that joke. Alright, can we find any more of these schmucks? So I must have to go up this way. Because there's one. How the hell do you get up higher than that, though? Okay, that was not the correct course of action to take. Anywhere else? Or is that it? That looks like that's it. Okay. Wait. Was there anything else up there? No. Okay. Nothing you could hang on to? Nothing. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, just make sure you jump through there so Ripley don't fucking fall again. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm not going that way. Fuck that. I'll jump over there. I'll jump over there before I go over there. That's not fucking happening. Okay, so that's the end of that side. We'll keep going up through here. But yeah, if I were to put in James Bond: The Duel right now, you would go, this is literally the same, except it's got James Bond instead of aliens. You would literally go, this is the same fucking conclusion. Also, we have access to conveyor belts for some reason. Hey, Edith Puffy as well, welcome on in. Ooh, this looks dangerous. Uh-oh. I wonder if maybe I needed to go up on that one. Maybe. Let's see. Let's go back the way we came. Hopefully without taking too much pissing fall damage. Hopefully without that. Okay, so then... Oh, god damn it. Ripley, could you please stop taking fall damage? You thought I was imitating Polshel from Chrono Cross for a second? Regrettably not. Wait. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Fuck! Let's try that again. Anyway. Oh, damn it. Well... Okay. Oh, wait. This works. This works. Oh, yeah. We were complaining about Ted Cruz earlier. I remember that. I think I was attempting to decry blue checkmark libs who are concerned with civility politics, and I think we got sidetracked by, like, marbles and shit like that. Like, you have these people who are like, just vote! And then anytime you engage in a protest that makes another human being slightly uncomfortable... Even if it's literally the person responsible for doing all the bad things. Like, no, not like that. It's like, you dense motherfuckers never would have thrown the tea in the Boston Harbor, would ya? If we had Twitter back then, this country would still be part of the goddamn British Empire. Because a bunch of people would have been so concerned about civility that they never would have bothered to fucking rebel. I'm not sorry about this opinion. There's a whole bunch of people seriously would not have thrown the fucking tea in the harbor. Metaphorically speaking. I mean, we probably would do something else these days. But they say, you can't do that. It's rude. You can't let absolute monster... You can't interrupt absolute monster Ted Cruz's little din-dins at Applebee's where he's getting his jalapeno poppers or whatever the f*** it is. You can't do that. That's mean. Like, again, there were people who were pissed off that people were peacefully protesting outside of the Supreme Court justices' houses. And I mean they were pissed off because the protest was happening at all, not because it was peaceful. Because, I mean, if, maybe they didn't need to be, maybe they could have been a little bit more hostile, I mean, maybe they could have sworn. That's all I'll say. Maybe they could have sworn at them. Maybe they could have done that. Maybe that could have been a thing that happens. I don't know. But this is literally how you yell at your elected officials because they're not going to read fucking letters. They don't read fucking letters. You kidding me? The show gets going sometimes I can barely read half of fucking chat. You think that a politician's gonna read the letters brought to them by the constituents? It doesn't fucking happen. It's all, half of them are going to be read by their fucking aides, and the other half of it is going to get form letters back when it's ones that just fluff them and say, I really respect and adore your ability to fucking, I don't know, make it so that babies can have guns or something like that. Yeah. Representative, yeah, exactly. They're not our leaders. They answer to us. It's we the people bullshit. They answer to us, not the other goddamn way around. And if they didn't want to answer to us, they should have been fucking lobbyists. They should have done that. Should have fucking done that. Should have thought about that. Oh. Okay, well, I found that guy. Now I gotta find 3 more, apparently. Oh yeah, there's a whole section over there I should be trying to get in on. I'm fucking this up. Alright, well. Ow. Oh, okay, I guess that didn't hurt, but that could have been worse. In any event, again, you see one of these jagoffs in public, Republican or Democrat, fuck him, read him for filth. Read him for filth. Give him hell. Give him hell. You pay taxes so that those bastards don't have to work a day in the life the minute they retire from their jobs. Treat them like shit. Give them a piece of your goddamn mind. You're literally paying for them to do that job after all. And look, you know, sometimes there are varying degrees, like if you're hiring someone to work on your home, maybe don't mistreat them. But a politician, oh, Jesus H. Christ, you get your money's worth out of it. You get your money's worth out of them. Say and do to them whatever the hell you want that also respects their constitutional right to life and freedom from injury. You know, the usual stuff. You know, the Queen Pip show is not advocating that you should engage in soup for your family antics. You get what I mean. Get your money's worth out of him. You said you see Ted Cruz down at the dildo factory, you give him a piece of your goddamn mind. You do that. Exactly. Yeah, term limits. Yeah. As we said it before, because, again, one of my senators is Ron Johnson, a jagoff who said he was gonna be one of the good ones. He was gonna do his 2 terms as a senator and then get the fuck out, and that lasted all 5 fucking minutes. That lasted all 5 fucking minutes before he reneged on that one. Can I do a read of Aaron Schock? I don't remember who that is. The Welcome On in Wagon Wheel Latusi. I don't remember. But anyway, Ted Cruz in a, I don't know, maybe he's in a dildo factory, maybe he's not. I don't fucking know. Look, I just work here. I don't know where the guy shows up. Maybe there's something about him I don't know. In any event, because, like I said, so much of what has been going on in this country has... Again, you hate to have to both sides something, but you kind of have to both sides this. Both sides have been screwing the pooch on this one. The Republicans don't want to do anything about it, and the Democrats don't have a fucking spine. They don't. They ripped it out surgically. It's gone. They have no spine. They've had filibuster. Like, first of all, they won't kill the filibuster for shit. And I'm gonna skip to the next stage because this is getting monotonous. What stage am I on? Just, for fuck, just jump into the fucking. Do what you do in the movie and just jump into the goddamn foundry. I'm trying to get you to die so I can figure out what stage I'm on. 13, thank you. We're gonna skip to 14. Alright, give me the code for stage 14. Charlie, Juliet, Bravo Tango. So, Charlie... I'm gonna have to fix that. Charlie, Juliet, Bravo Tango. God, what code was this one? I think that's the infinite lives. I think that was supposed to be the infinite lives cheat. No, it's not. That is the game clock. Oh, I don't remember what code that was. Something ending CA6J. Oh god. Okay, it is game clock frozen. Okay, so that's the letter A. There, perfect. Okay, we're back in the game. Do I have any favorite politicians, past or present? Well, I can answer that question because there is actually one that comes to mind. Canadian politician. Operated, I want to say, mid to late aughts. He was the leader of the federal New Democratic Party in Canada, a man by the name of Jack Layton. The New Democratic Party in Canada is I don't know whether to call them center-left or left, but they're definitely left of center, and they're very much a left-wing party. And Jack Layton was the leader of that party at one point. And he...
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Moving on. Anyway. He rose to be the leader of the NDP, and I don't remember which Canadian election it was, but at one point, the NDP, so basically Canadian elections are basically, federal elections are tied to basically the House of Representatives vote. The party with the most, Canadians know how it worked, but I'm adapting it for Americans. Basically, the Prime Minister is tied to the House of Representatives vote. The party with the most elected House reps, their leader becomes Prime Minister. Anyway, Jack, and whoever's party is in second place becomes, quote-unquote, the official leader of the opposition. And Jack Layton did such a bang-ass good job that the NDP in a Canadian election won the most seats it ever had and rose to official opposition leader status, and then cancer took him. Literally died of cancer before he could enjoy the spoils of his work. And he was an honest-to-goodness good politician. He was a good one. He was left-leaning. He believed in the rights of the working class. He believed that everyone should be looked after. They called him Smilin' Jack. He was perhaps, in terms of what I think of, one of the last politicians that I would say, I mean, there's a few nowadays that impress me. But he literally died before he could do anything with his victory. And it really fucking sucked. He impressed so much about Canadian politics. I mean, I came from there, so... I grew up in Nova Scotia, did a stint in New Brunswick, and then I moved to the States. But yeah, Jack Layton was a tremendous politician, and truly, he was taken far too early. Far too early. He still had a very long career ahead of him, and he did not get to enjoy it, which you don't really... You would never normally say that there could be a tragedy in politics befalling someone in that, but he is someone who definitely deserved more than he got. Definitely deserved more than he got. And then the Mulcair guy who replaced him was a fucking idiot. And then Jugmeat is, I mean, he's alright. There's some stuff about him. I can't remember what my grievances were with Jugmeat. I can't remember. There was something. I don't remember what. Can't remember. Have I listened to... I can't say... I'm not familiar with that anime. Oh god, of course the fucking floor goes here. Oh jeez. That's a lot of fucking aliens I could do without. Ooh, okay. Ow. Could you please stop hitting me, please, and thank you? Thank you. Also, what the hell is this? Okay, that's the door. Now, there's a few politicians nowadays who may be worthy of some recognition, though some of it depends. Some of them, it's because, you know, they don't have a lot of power. Like, you know, we all love AOC. She's not perfect, but, you know, she's trying. But she's also just a representative in the House of Representatives. She doesn't really wield that much political power. It's more symbolic than anything else. Now, that being said, my boy John Fetterman, on the other hand, that is a man who desperately needs to be elected as one of the senators from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That man needs to go far. Honest to goodness, king. Believes in all the right things. Hell, even flies a trans pride flag at his office just to piss off the Republicans. Fetterman won the nomination, and it wasn't close, too. Like, I think there was a Democratic establishment stooge they were trying to run against him, and yeah, I think he won with like 60-something% of the vote. It was not close. Not close. Elizabeth Warren, I don't know. Sometimes that broad's heart's in the right place, but too much lib going on there. Too much lib. Oh, this is the room we started in. Okay, but yeah, Fetterman. Yeah, I mean, I was worried about him too when he had a stroke, but yeah, we need that guy. That guy needs whatever the hell kept Ruth Bader Ginsburg alive for fucking forever. And have they figured out yet which Republican senator or which Republican won the runoff or whatever the primary? Have they not figured that out yet? I mean, not that it matters because he's gonna mop the floor with any of them. And doing a recount, I mean, he's gonna mop the floor with any one of them, whether it's Oz, that hedge fund manager, or that lady who was at the fucking insurrection. I mean, he's gonna mop the floor with any of them, so whoever wins it, it's a moot fucking point. You know, Fetterman's a good guy, and Lady is out. I mean, yeah, I think her take of it wasn't a lot. It's hedge fund manager at Dr. Oz, yeah. And yeah, Stacey Abrams. Yeah, Stacey Abrams. Very good, too. Yeah. Stacey Abrams is, you know. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, why do you think Georgia went blue in the election? I'll tell you what, it wasn't Joe Biden. It wasn't Joe Brandon who did that. It was not Joe Brandon who did that. Was not him who did that. Yeah, fucking people in Georgia showed up in droves to vote exclusively based on the power of Joe Biden. I don't fucking think so. Do not fucking think so. Are we gonna miss Madison Cawthorn? I mean, I'm gonna defer to the Journey song. I'll be alright without you. There'll be someone else. I keep telling myself. Oh, now that being said, that little Nazi bastard does have an opportunity to try and take out a whole bunch of them on the way out the door. And again, that could be a situation where a bad person does good things. Obviously, we want Madison to spill the tea because Madison was very obviously the subject of a Republican smear campaign to get his ass thrown out of office. And I mean, again, it is entirely possible that he got screwed over. That doesn't mean that we have sympathy for him, but it's like, come on, spill the tea, do it. Look, everyone is capable of redemption. If you are a leftist, you believe that anyone can be capable of redemption. And for a lot of people, that is a lot of work. It's not just you do one thing and you're done. Anyone can achieve redemption. And if Madison Cawthorn wants it, spilling the tea is the first step. Do I think he'll do any better beyond that? No. I mean, if he wants to prove me wrong, you know, knock yourself out. Look, I reserve the right to be wrong in anything I ever do, and if that little Nazi bastard wants to renounce all of that and turn into a leftist icon, I mean, I ain't gonna stop him. It just, you know, I don't believe that to be a thing that could fucking happen. But again, I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. And we want him to spill the tea. Yeah, they don't want everyone to know about the drug-fueled orgies. I know. Like, that is the thing. Like, everyone's seen... Oh. Yeah, I mean, Buffet's right. You are right about that.
Sheet. Has it really been a whole dang year since I found your channel?
Technically no, because the 12-month resub would actually begin after 11 months end and you enter month 12. So technically it's not till next month, but I'll take the 12-month resub all the same. I will take it all the same, please and thank you. How do I get off this fucking ladder? There's a thingy right there and I want to pee on it. How? So I think I gotta like fall down here and then jump on that maybe. Yeah. Yeah, Madison's not gonna do that, so. I mean, again, you know, like I said, if you want to spill the tea, we'll let you. I think there was another point I was gonna start making and then I think I forgot what it was. Because, you know, professional. Okay, come on, thing. Alright, tell you what. Let's go to the next stage. Let's go to the next one. I'm not sitting here long enough to figure that fucking shit out. Okay, so over here we need Charlie, November, Bravo, Tango. So just change J to an N. But yeah, oh yeah, now I remember. Because everyone's seen, and you know, it's not the most cough of memes, but you know, on face value, if you don't think of it too far beyond that, the one where it says GOP politicians when they think no one's looking, and then it's Arthur the Aardvark in the fridge putting a whole cake into his mouth, but the cake has cock written on it. I mean, the phenomenon of the self-hating gay is very tragic, but, you know, sometimes we laugh because it's funny and we laugh because it's true. I mean, I am old enough to remember Senator Larry Craig. Let's look that one up, shall we? Let's look that one up. Let's look up Senator Larry Craig. Because some of you elder Zoomers aren't going to know about this one. Let's see here. Let's make it so it's formatted for the screen here. Right monitor. Okay. Larry Craig, retired politician from the state of Idaho, blah, 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 blah. 2007 Arrest and Consequences. Apparently has its own article, The Larry Craig Scandal. We'll just go with the synopsis here. On June 11th, 2007, Craig was arrested at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport for lewd conduct in a men's restroom, where he was accused of soliciting a male undercover police officer for sexual activity. During the resulting interview with the arresting officer, Craig insisted upon his innocence, disputing the officer's version of the events by stating that he merely had a wide stance. Craig states that he was a wide guy. Apparently he shits with a wide stance, and they had been picking up a piece of paper from the floor. Craig was charged with interference with privacy, a gross misdemeanor offense, and a disorderly conduct misdemeanor. Despite his statements of innocence during the police interview, Craig pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct by signing and mailing a plea petition dated August 1st, 2007 to the Hennepin County District Court, including fines and fees. He paid $575. Craig signed a petition to enter his guilty plea, which contained the provisions, "I understand the court will not accept a plea of guilty from anyone who claims to be innocent. I now make no claim that I am innocent of the charge to which I am entering a plea of guilty." Craig mailed the blah, 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 blah. Craig regretted filing the plea, stating, "In hindsight, I should not have pled guilty. I was trying to handle the matter quickly myself and expeditiously." At a news conference on September 1st, 2007, Craig announced his intent to resign with sadness and deep regret effective September 30th. Blah, 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 blah. He tried to withdraw the guilty plea, which was denied. But yeah, suffice to say that in that particular moment in human history, a lot of jokes started being made about the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport. Especially when the RNC held their convention in Minneapolis in 2008. In fact, hang on here. I mean, no, I'm not bringing up Viacom stuff. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna bring up a Daily Show clip. I'm playing with fire too much as it is. Let us resume the game here. But yeah, it's just, I mean, it's funny and it's sad at the same time. It's funny and it's sad. Because on first of all, you have a closeted individual who hates themselves, but you're also actively doing damage, so fuck you. Like, if you're closeted and you're conflicted and you hate yourself as a result of it, you know, obviously that's not good. No one on that fact alone should have to go through that sort of thing. No one should have to do that. The caveat on that, however, is if you're in that position and then you're actively legislating against the interests of, you know, the closeted you, and you're actively doing damage, and then at that point it's just, well, sorry, sympathy for you just ran out. Sorry. Why do I keep saying sorry? Oh, right, it's because I'm Canadian. That's how you know I'm Canadian. I keep fucking saying sorry for things I shouldn't be bothering to say sorry for. That's what it is. It's the Canadian in me coming out. If you're actively legislating against yourself and advocating against yourself, and you can go fuck yourself. Like, again, you know, Caitlyn Jenner. It was very much a fuck you got mine individual, and I mean, I said something earlier this week, and I'm not going to repeat it on this platform, but those of you who saw what I said, you know what I said. I had an opinion on the matter, and I'm not going to repeat it here. But suffice to say, that broad can absolutely also go fuck herself. Just clinging to any minor bit of relevance they can get left before, I don't know, total fucking obscurity sets in. Because Caitlyn Jenner, in the eyes of her GOP brethren, is a freak that they keep around until they don't have to, until they can legislate her out of existence. Who is going around conducting interviews, continuing to insist that we must protect the sanctity of women's sports. Which, look, I'm a sports fan. I enjoy sports. Don't really find myself watching a whole lot of state level athletic competitions. It would kind of fucking weird me out if I was obsessed with that. Because didn't she run recently get demolished in her? Oh yeah, it wasn't. I think she was in the run for like, I think there was like a, oh yeah, wasn't there a California recall governor election going on that Must not have panned out because I haven't heard anything about it lately. Must not have worked out for her. Oh well. Can't be the governor of California, I guess. You're gonna have to make fucking fringe appearances on shit and shit on trans people, I guess. That's what she's gonna have to do. But, like, I don't watch women's sports. Now, granted, I don't watch a lot of sports anymore, but in my sports watching heyday, I was not watching a lot of women's sports. That's not to say that women's sports aren't valid. I'm not sitting here and suggesting that they're not valid, but I'm going to fall back on the Jim Jeffries thing we were talking about earlier. I don't want to deal here any bullshit arguments. The sanctity of women's sports fans are literally everyone complaining about that is either someone actively engaged in the sport, the mother of someone engaged in the sport, or the father of someone engaged in the sport. That's literally it. Anyone complaining about the sanctity of it has a vested interest in it because no one would give a shit otherwise. Tell me I'm wrong. Those are the three people. Okay, the fourth one is GOP politicians. GOP politicians, the individual athletes themselves, the mothers of the athletes, and the father of the athletes. The athletes involved, obviously, because it serves their own interest, because, you know, take out the competition by any means. The GOP Congress people, because they use that to pass the regressive legislation. The mothers give a shit because they're living vicariously through their daughters, and the fathers give a shit because they're definitely not masturbating to everyone in attendance. Definitely not doing that. Definitely not doing that. No, we're just really big fans of the sport. Really love the sanctity of sports. Sports. I said what I said. Calm down, students. Yeah, with the sports, and hurdy-gurdy. I'm not going to go too much further on that because I don't want to be racist against Swedes. Look, I could sit here and do a bad Swedish accent all day, but then my dumb dildos will just find out that there's none of these countries I can't go anywhere near anymore. Let me go ahead and add that to the list of countries I'm no longer welcome in anymore. Okay, if there are any actual Swedes and Netherlands people in here, it's a joke. It's a joke, for Christ's sakes. Y'all make fun of our accents too. Just putting that out there. Because, listen to me, for Christ's sake. I sound like a friggin' moron. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Well, the impression I was doing is based off a character from an Adult Swim TV show called Metalocalypse. The character of Squisgard Squigelf. He's their guitar player. Anyway. Moving on. Like I said, anyone who's complaining about trans individuals in sports is a self-serving nincompoop, or they're masturbating to it. It's one or the other. There's no middle ground on this. There's no middle ground. And that's just the way it is. Because, look, I'm sorry. Again, that's not to say that, you know, we can't have state-level athletic competitions. I'm not saying that they're not allowed to happen. I'm just saying, in the public consciousness, the public as a whole gives as about as much of a shit about women's sports as they give a shit about this Twitch program. Yeah, I know I'm hot shit to the people who are watching me, but John Q Normie doesn't know about this program, and they're never going to know about this program, and they're never going to give a shit. Yes, I know there's probably some people in chat like, no, Pibby, don't sell yourself short. It's like, I mean, look, if it happens, it happens. I'll be happy, but I'm not gonna fucking rest my titties on that. Anyway, anyone who was sitting there and going, oh, someone please think of the, oh, fuck off. And it would be the same comment if we were talking about, I don't know, men's high school wrestling. And a lot of the comments I made would still be true. It'd be the same fucking thing. Same fucking thing. It is disingenuous. Like, okay, another thing. How does, like, what do you get when you win, I don't know, like, what do you get when you win fucking, you know, these college competitions? Like, just some kind of a fucking trophy? The option to go to the Olympics and spend even more money pursuing your dream that you don't have unless you're a fucking trust fund kid? Because that's the other thing too. A lot of these times I don't have sympathy for, you know, athletes in track and field competitions who are complaining and moaning about this stuff, because you know what you have to be 99 times out of 100 to participate in like track and field events at that level? You gotta be rich. Who would have the money for that otherwise? Now, I'm qualifying that with like track and field and related fields and related tendencies, because it's different from like basketball and football. Because anyone engages in that, and there is an entire capitalist structure that exists in place to locate that talent, foster it, and exploit the shit out of it. It's called the NCAA. That entire framework exists to find their labor and exploit it in exchange for little to nothing. So you don't have to be rich to be a college football player. They will find you and give you the opportunity, because they're going to make more money off of you than you will ever make off of them. So, now again, like I said, that's not to say that I don't care about people engaging in those sports. I just may, on incidental basis, have less sympathy for them, because again, you're complaining about rich people shit. Like, imagine if we were complaining about, okay, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't heard of this, so this is a pure hypothetical, hopefully made up scenario. So, in golf, you know, you have the men's tee and the ladies' tee, and then the men's tee is further back and the ladies' tee goes further forward. And then, again, this is a scenario I haven't heard anything about. To the best of my knowledge, I am making shit up. If there was a scenario wherein they were complaining that a trans woman had a benefit at this golf thing because, I don't know, they're convinced that this one trans woman has like really kick-ass upper body strength, which, I mean, you don't have to be trans to have kick-ass upper body strength. Like, you, like, pretend for a moment that, you know, sports just... Pretend for a second that, for some reason, trans isn't a thing. Just go with me on this. You do realize that sports is still full of people who won the genetic lottery, right? Like Michael Phelps, for instance. Do you think people look at Michael Phelps and go, you know, oh yeah, definitely did not get the good gene pool, but damn it, he's doing the best with what he has. Like he's a utility infielder or something. No! He clearly has he is an unfit advantage for two things. Kick-ass genetic structure was the thing that is completely outside of your control, and then, you know, fitness. Like, there, in the realm of sports, in the realm of your body, there are things you have control over and things you do not have control over. So it is also possible to have kick-ass upper body strength and not be trans. It is also possible to be trans and have no upper body strength. I apologize for making you think for 1 second that trans people didn't exist. Please bring them back into your brain. I'm so sorry I stuck you on the sideline for like a minute and a half. You may turn off the cloaking device and return. You are valid. Not that you needed me to tell you that, because that's just a foregone conclusion. But anyway, the whole thing, if that were to happen in golf, first of all, it'd be bullshit because, again, as I have just outlined, some people are just built bigger than others. It happens. Like, you think you're sitting at the, you think you're looking at this and going, oh, Pibby must be like, I don't know, 5'5" or something. I'm looking at you on a laptop and Pibby's like 5'11" and a half. Look, I'm a bigger girl in person than I look like on the fucking internet. But here's the other thing too, if that happened. If a bunch of golf players got their knickers in a twist because, oh my goodness, a trans golfer is doing better at the LPGA or whatever. Golf is a rich person's sport. Who the fuck cares? Do you have any idea how fucking rich you gotta be to play golf? You gotta, well, first of all, you have to be white. I mean, you don't always have to be white, but you used to have to be white. You used to. I mean, you don't have to be white anymore to play golf, but I'm pretty sure it still helps to be white if you want to play golf. You gotta buy those stupid fucking clothes. You gotta buy the stupid fucking clubs. You gotta pay caddy fees and green fees and club fees, and then you probably gotta be, you gotta be high on coke half the fucking time too, because why not? And yeah, you also used to have to be a man to play golf. Yeah, that's very true as well. But yeah, I don't have a lot of sympathy for golf players. That's not to say golf players can't get fucked over, but if you're a golf player, you're fucking loaded. If that's the worst thing you have to put up with, you got dealt a pretty good hand. If that's the worst thing you have to figure out in life. If that's the worst thing, you did pretty good. You are very #blessed. And we'll leave it at that. So, again, the scenario I was describing, to the best of my knowledge, is purely a hypothetical. I haven't heard anything. If I do hear anything, you'll find out. You specifically will be the first person to find out. You specifically. So, if that for some reason changes, and I continue to walk around in a circle, and ow. Chris John, thank you for continuing the gift sub you got from me. Oh, thank you. Because, again, in the realm of sport, you know, there is a lot of elitism, a lot of classism that goes on, because some sports are enjoyed by more well-off, well-to-do people than others. Like, I mean, basketball. I mean, basketball is very much, you know, I mean, for a lot of, in a lot of places, sports is the ticket out of poverty. For a lot of places in the States, it's football and basketball. In places like Cuba, the Dominican Republic, South America, baseball is their ticket out. Is their ticket out of poverty because they play baseball. And, you know, there's a lot of international players in baseball. You have the international draft. And stuff like that. For some people, baseball is their way out of poverty. And a lot of those sports don't have a high barrier for entry. But I'll tell you what does. Hockey. You don't get a lot of families that aren't well off doing hockey. Because hockey, a lot of equipment, a lot of traveling. That's not to say that you can't be poor and have a kid in hockey, but usually at some point you go, you know, couldn't you just play basketball instead? All we gotta buy you for that is the ball. Maybe some shorts and some silly sneakers, but that's it. Hockey, oh god, you need the padding, you need the skates, you need the stick, you need the net, you need the puck, you need everything. But anyway, to get back to the original point, yeah, sometimes sports is your way out of poverty because you do good enough at it, and again, low barrier for entry. To casually play football, all you need is the football, and if you want to play it more seriously, the padding. Basketball, all you need is the basketball. Baseball, all you need is the glove, the bat, and the ball. That's it. And maybe the cleats. Like, hell, when I was a kid, I grew up in an area that had a cul-de-sac. We used that thing like an imaginary baseball diamond. Also need a basket. Well, that is true. Well, yes and no. You do see community basketball courts. But, you know, not everything necessarily requires that. Like, you could practice, you could practice dribbling. And because believe it or not, dribbling is a thing that does have to be practiced. It does have to be practiced. I may have done a little bit of basketball as a wee one. Not enough for it to be anything vaguely respectable. But may have done a little bit. You know what? I think we're going to skip to the big freaking finish. So again, like I said, you know, sometimes sports is just... Some sports, if you have grievances, I don't give a shit. Some sports you have grievances and I go, you know, maybe there is something to be said for that. Oh god, where's my recently closed tabs? Didn't I just... Maybe I did it somewhere. Alright, hang on, I gotta find the last fucking... Yeah, and I haven't even mentioned soccer. You're absolutely right, because... Again, North American, I forget about soccer on a regular basis. Again, yeah, soccer, because literally all you need for that is the ball, and you can play soccer with a shitload of people. Because basketball is like, what? 5-on-5? But soccer is like 1 million people versus 1 million fucking people. 1 million fucking people versus 1 million fucking people. Alright, let's go to the big freaking finish. Let's go to the big goddamn finish. Start at Guardian level after stage 15. So that's Charlie Tango Bravo Charlie Tango Bravo Tango. So Charlie. So put the letter T here. All right. Give me the big goddamn finish. Used to play soccer barefoot in the street. I mean, you know, sometimes things are curses and sometimes they're blessings. Level Guardian. Alright, this is theoretically the final one. Now, how is this boss any different from the other ones? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it looks like there's several of them. Okay. I counted at least 2. I'm just gonna stand here. I'm just gonna stand here. Just gonna stand here. Just gonna stand here. Till I hear this thing go boom. Just gonna stand here till you go boom. Once you go boom, everything gonna be good. I said go boom! Boom, damn you! Oh, for goddamn ridiculous. Come on. Come on. Oh yeah, Ripley is the GOAT, and it's not even close. Ripley is very much the GOAT. Alright, that one went bye-bye. There should be another one now. Another one somewhere. I think there's one hanging out on a higher floor here. Because I can hear it. Just gotta wait for the platform. I'd have to kill them both in 3 minutes? That's fucked. Did that alien just drop all the... Oh. The alien is apparently going between going all the way down and... I'm just gonna sit here and do this. Wait for it to come back. You are coming back, right? Hey, hey, whoa, 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 whoa! What the fuck is that? Okay, well, I can see that you're being hit from over there, so I'm gonna keep doing this. Is he still just standing there? He's like, I see you over there. Okay, well, I'm just gonna keep sitting here. Maybe. Just gonna sit here and just kind of hope everything works out. Just kind of hope everything works out. Come on, Ripley. There you go. Keep going here. Keep going. Keep going. Come on now. Ow. Exactly 2 hours later. Alright, tell you what, I'm gonna hold my fire here. Let's wait to see his cute little head poking out. Okay, do that again. Do that again, I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you. Go stand over there. Come on. Come on! Not all the way down there, you schmuck. You still alive? You still alive? Come on, peek your little head out camera left. Come on. There you are. Stop hitting me. Okay. Energy's getting a little low. A little lower than I would freaking like. A lot lower than I would freaking like. Oh, shit. I look away for 2 goddamn seconds. Let's switch the flamethrower. I'm gonna switch to that. Now come stand next to me. Come on. How much health does it have? Too fucking much. Okay, get over here. Come on, you asshole. I'm gonna go back to this for a second. There you go. Okay, the exit is up there, so I just gotta wait for that thing on the uptick, and then boom. Come on now. Oop! Don't fuck the jump. You will die. Do not fuck the jump. Shit. Come on. Come on. Come on, help me out over here. Okay, still didn't make the jump. Just gotta get up there and we're golden. There we go. Final score of 65,000. Seems legit. As Ripley leaves Fury 161, she turns back one last time. It is done. Well done. You have rid the planet of the alien menace and won the game. Snorlax, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. So, I guess she gets to live in this version. Which is, it's a little wild because if I look at the instruction manual for the game, the actual plot in this thing, says that she did get infected, but at no point did we remove the thing, and I guess she just got a happy ending. So, okay. I mean, I'll take it. And she lived happily ever after. The end. Please play again. I'm good, thanks. The end. See, the funny thing is the Super Nintendo version actually ends with her yeeting herself into the smelting shit. All right. And with that completed, I think we're going to start to wind down for the evening. I have got to turn the quality down on that video. All right, there you go. We had some fun. We talked about Alien. We talked about why cops suck. We talked about the guns. We talked about, you know, the fact that, you know, people complaining about transports are full of shit. We had a lot of topics we did here tonight, and I think we did them freaking proud. I think we did them real freaking proud. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, rates, and subs to this channel will never require it. Always appreciate. I love to shout you at the end of the show. Let's see what we got here. Let's see here. Golden Loki, thank you very much for the resub. Meg Lucario, thank you for the resub. Vervain, thank you for the resub. Lou Perito, thank you for the resub. Spared Terror Bear, thank you for the resub. Mary, thank you for the raid. Sigma, thank you for the gift sub. Losing Color, thank you for the resub. Clockwork, thank you for the resub, or the gift sub. Damage Plushie for the biddies. Nicole Warden for the resub. Hadoken Cat, thank you for the resub. Femi, thank you for the raid. Artifact, thank you for the gift sub. Cecil Gimli, thank you for the resub. Cellar Dweller, thank you for the raid and the resub. Junibug, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, if you sub to the channel, grab the first one. If you ain't subbed to the channel, grab the second one. We love to spread the love around, not always hit the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you somewhere where I think you're gonna have a good time. There's a very specific place I want us to go because this is a show that this is a program that was made possible in efforts by people like me, actually. Deer is going to be playing Silent Hill Downpour. She's just about done with her mug and putting on her finishing touches, at which point she will f*** off for a few minutes, come back in full drag, and she's going to be playing Silent Hill Downpour. I helped her get her PlayStation 3 capturing because, as you know, PlayStation 3s are the worst, and I also loaned her my copy of the game. Like, the copy that she's playing is actually my copy of the game. So we're going to go over and say hello to Dia. We will be live next tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for Oregon Trail Complete Edition. You want to be a named character in the Wagon Queen family trucks to go and see the Shining Sea? Get here early because we'll be doing a draw for the names. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked for a bit, put up with my bullshit, or were here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Mwah. Good night, everyone. I hope you all didn't get sick of that really kick-ass new song that we're using here on the program, because you're about to hear it again. See you later, folks. Mwah.